Hello and good afternoon on a Saturday. Let's have a think. Let's get into the shark. I think that's where I was going. This is a little bit of an ad hoc. Last week I was doing some training. Today, actually, I've been around for ages trying to get something working. More to do with using LoTAC, which is really good piece of software. Hey, you alright, matey? Look. You alright? Last week I did some training on a Sunday because somebody wanted some training and obviously nobody turned up, but I still did the training without them, either way. Today I was supposed to be doing Star Citizen. However, last night Star Citizen was in one of its, where do I say, crocker shit phases. Is that PC? Yeah, I think it is, isn't it? It was in its crocker shit phase. So after spending 3 or 4 hours of achieving very little, well, it's that bad that they actually cancelled the free fly. And they don't usually cancel a free fly. In fact, they've never cancelled one, whatever state the game is in. But at this stage, if they would have had a free fly, they would have got another deluge of all sorts. And it's just not good press, is it? So somebody had the common sense to say, do you know what? This is a crock.
To the Mirage for the time being. If you get a few more people on there, I might do to.
Yeah, no worries. I don't think it's getting any worse than it always has been. It's one of these things that.
It's the alignment platform.
All right, matey. It's one of these things that when it's good. Hey, Pup, how are you today? It's one of these things, right? As I was saying, it's when it's good, it can be very, very good, and when it's bad, it can be very, very bad. But somewhere in the middle, you just have to accept. As I said yesterday, if ever you've tested a proper game in alpha or beta, you see a small segment of it, and the objective is to focus on a specific area and report back, and that's what you do. Now, with Star Citizen, it's like having that all the way through. And so things change over time. And sometimes they get better and sometimes they get worse before they get better. And sometimes they don't get better for a long time. And if you need to have a couple of years off, that's absolutely fine. And as I also say, hello, Mr. Wynn. If anyone wants to come in today, you're more than welcome, by the way. It's all sort of chilled, laid back, free and easy. Yeah. I spent a week testing just menus for 10 hours a day. And that's it. Do you see what I mean? And it's not, for the time it's been out, yes, it is stretching a little bit. And there might have been, some points like when somebody tries to say that spaceships need to be like World War II planes or like Star Wars flight, which is unreal and never happened. It was made up. And they don't realise that spaceships are more akin to helicopters than World War II planes. Somebody needs to say, actually, mate, that's not how it works. But, let it go on. Let them screw it up. And then they go, yeah, this isn't right, is it? And then in another year or two, they might fix it. But hey. But yeah, you just got to understand where it's at. And if you've only paid 45 or 50 quid or 50 euros or 50 whatevers, if you get 3 to 4 weeks out of it, that's as much as you get out of some AAA games. So it's not that bad when you consider. Anyway, I'm going to jump into the Shark 3. I'll go through the startup. I'll always go through the startup of everything I jump into first. And let's see how we get on. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, it's unintended consequences. And sometimes it just boggles you. You change something on your little toe Yeah.
Nowhere is where it's set.
If you make an adjustment to your little toe on your right foot, you would not expect your left hand to suddenly go weird. But unfortunately, that's how it is. And that's how it is in software. That's how it is in dev. And when you look at the millions of lines of code, you know, these are the sort of things that happen. And you either understand that or you don't, and you complain that the game's not running as well. No, I've done all sorts. I work in IT. I'm usually hardware, OSs, comms, and, you know, it's just I've come across all sorts. I've worked for companies that did their own software. I understand it. I've done some database work. I've done some basic programming back in the day and so on. Nothing major, but it's just you have to appreciate how something, a small change here, has a big impact. And some of it can be foreseen and some of it can't be foreseen. And you can test an update and it works within a limitation. It's when you get the numbers and they do in a variety of things in different ways, which people have a habit of doing, then you suddenly see all these problems. I've also authored some quite complex DVDs, and you get in the mindset and you give it to somebody to test, and they do something completely different because you make assumptions. But you don't necessarily realise that so many people will do so many different ways, and you've got to cater for all of that, and it isn't an easy thing to do. You'd sit there going, someone's not going to be so stupid to do that. Well, guess what? Yes, they will be. Anyway, without much banging on, because I'm saying I should just stop the stream and just talk, shouldn't I? Let's have a big chat.
Steve79 said, "Did you get that nonsense from Chris Roberts,
No.
or you just made that up?"
No, mate. That's how it is. Way, way, way before Chris Roberts. Way, way, way before. I've seen stuff come out and I still deal with stuff like that now. I've spent 6 or 7 months telling somebody there's a problem, and their logic was, nobody else in any other country said there's a problem. It's your comms or your server. And I used to get paid for going into companies to look at a problem they can't solve on something I know nothing about, and finding out or guiding everybody into how to solve the problem. That's what I used to get paid for at one point. And it doesn't matter what the problem is, it doesn't matter what it's with. There are ways of looking, there are questions you can ask, there are ways of drilling down and being able to, you know, get to a point where you can quite safely put this problem in a corner, and then you get the right people looking at it and you expand the mind a little bit, because people just get a little bit blinkered when they're sorting problems. If you want to hire me, you can. Anyway, 2 batteries, right hand side on the right knee. And what we're going to do now is turn around and switch the ecran on, which is the right elbow. And then we're going to turn around and look at the front panel. And I do apologise for those people that were on yesterday, but this is how people learn. If you want to ask a question related to this, related to Star Citizen, related to absolutely anything, just jump in. Okay, right. Now on this helicopter, as before, we're going to put on the KO-41. We're going to put on the Abris. We're going to turn around to the right. And we're going to put on fuel flow at the fuel pumps, forward, aft, and fuel QTY. Switch on the APU fuel valve. Look over to the left on the APU. Make sure the light's lit. That tells me fuel's flowing. Hit the button to say start. Let me zoom in a little bit just so you can see the text. We're going to hit that start button. And then we're going to push down the rotor brake. Okay. Going to shut the door. Now, I'm going to turn the game volume up for me, so I can hear it better. I usually turn it down a bit because I don't want to wake the neighbours littling up. And I can also go into here and turn it up a little bit here. Because it is early on a Sunday, relatively speaking. Right, once this is up and 3 lights are on, we can use it now to start the left engine. Look at the back right panel, and we go left hand EEG.
I'm back in a few minutes, just going to change headsets.
Okie dokie, left hand fuel flow. Just look around, and we're going to hit this little multi-position toggle down to left hand engine and hit start. And we're going to zoom out and watch needle number 1, and when it gets to number 2, we're going to then move the engine cutoff valve for the left engine up, and we can see the exhaust gas temperature here spinning up, which means that we've got a good clean engine start. So we click it up, and there we go. There's the rotor. That's the new Mirage, yeah.
Yeah.
If anyone wants to join in, please do. Mel12345 is the password. It's possibly on Mel's emergency server. So this mission's running on my machine on a standalone server. Hopefully. We'll see. But yeah, that's how dev is, unfortunately, Jeeve. You know, best laid plans. I'm a bit of a documenter when I do stuff. If I'm going to do anything, I document. So when I would say, look at comms problems, I've got a track of exactly what I've done, just in case I'm going down a little road that leads to nowhere, so I can undo what I did and put it back to where it was. Or if it's on some system, you know, you make backups or little things just so you can go back. But sometimes people don't, and what they do is make a change, assume it works because they've tested a fraction of it, then they make another change and another change until you get into a situation where you don't know which one of those changes caused the problem and the impact of going back and undoing a particular change. You just have to use a bit of logic. Okay, so this one's now up to idle, which is around about 70% or just over. We're going to do the same with the right hand engine. So it's right hand EEG, right hand fuel flow. It's not difficult once you get your head round. There's a lot of repetition. Hit the little toggle switch again, or multi-position switch, right hand engine, right hand start. Watch the needle, it's going to go down to 20%, and then we're going to use the right hand engine cut off, and again watch this bit there. So this is, relatively speaking, this is just your basic startup so you can get alignment working. And this is the Shark 3, and there goes the exhaust gas temperature. While that's going up, let's pop this little toggle switch up down here on this lower panel called voice. We're also going to switch on the intercom, and then when we start hearing messages regarding the ecran here, what will happen is we'll get an audio message. I'll put the sun visor on so we can see the numbers. I'm going to move the the throttles into work mode. That's page up twice, and then we'll hear all the messages. Right, okay, for those on YouTube, I do apologise. Caught a button then because of this stupid menu bar at the bottom. Unfortunately, DCS won't stay on the screen. It keeps minimising every time you come to do something. Okay, so electrics on battery. We look over to the right and we move the system generators to the on position so that they're powered by the engines, okay? And then there was DNS failure, and then there was no nav data. So when we look in here now, we've got no navigation data, there's no ribbon. And the reason why I do this, by the way, is it really helps me remember and understand. I can talk about a myriad of things and still come back to what I'm doing. And repetition is an excellent way of building up muscle memory. Whether you're doing it, whether you're listening to it, whether you're watching it, whether you're writing it, whether you're reading it, the more you do, the more you remember. So we're going to go back after we've switched on the little rotary here to operate, which is the flight director, I think, computer, or nav1, this navigation system. I must remember what that's called. Go over here and we're going to switch the INU up. As soon as we do that, we'll get a symbol in the hood, and that's going to take 2 or 3 minutes. So as soon as that's finished, we'll carry on with the process. So I need to wait for that anyway. So I've got a cup of tea as always. I've also got a tea lady at home today, which is excellent. Asked her if she was going to play today. She was going to play. Now she's decided not. And considering she only plays Sundays, that means she's not likely to play till next week. Which is alright, I suppose, because I get cups of tea made. Get looked after. Anyone got any questions so far? Anyone got the shark, or is shark curious? Thinking about the shark, wondering if it's any good, please ask. Or if you want me to go over anything specific, just ask. Remember, you can download it, fly it for free for a couple of weeks. Give it a whirl. It's well worth it, to be honest. I'm also streaming on YouTube too, and if you look on there, you'll see that it looks so much better than what you see now on Twitch. You'll see what I see, and that's on Mel DCS. It's a picture of me and with the other half behind me, so you'll know you're on the right channel. You have to look at it on the live bit though, otherwise you won't find it. No questions? I know there's only 11 people on, but I thought somebody would have something to say. Anyone doing anything interesting while they're listening to me do this? God blimey, what sort of lives does everybody lead? Right. Cups down, excuse me.
Ian_D_ said, in working on a project.
Oh, right, yeah.
It's a skin tool like it asked to make skins often, so I thought I'd make an online tool for it. But I suck at code, so struggling along.
Yeah, the thing is, you might suck at code, but the way you learn with code is you learn by doing it and making mistakes. Obviously, you can read a book on it and you can read as much as you want, but it's not until you actually pull your hands out your pockets, sit there and try and do it, that you hit all these little problems.
Yeah,
but
chat to help me out.
all right, but I was going to say it's quite amazing what you'll actually achieve if you bother and you don't give up. And there's always an element of logic to it, like there are with so many things. It'll be interesting. You can always post me a pic when you or send me a link. Is it any particular synth? So are you just doing the skins for the synth, or are you building the synth as well? Or would it...
I've slowed down a lot with being able to do stuff. Just had a baby who's only 3 weeks old.
Oh God, yeah, that is going to make a big difference, which I fully understand.
It's
Right.
Japanese plant, quite a popular one.
Oh, right, okay. So if we look here, we can see where my heading is, which is this triangle, and we can also see where the trimmer system thinks it's pointing, and there's a 10-degree discrepancy. There's a little rotary down on the right hand side thigh, that will currently be set to number 5. And the reason it's set to number 5 is because that's the magnetic variation for the location where I am. So on DCS, if you zoom out, you'll see this compass rose. And if you grab the compass rose, put it over your vehicle. Okay, you can see how much I was out there, so we can grab it again, move it and sort of center it on here. And if you look, if I can get to see that from here, you can see that for where we are, 5 degrees is the magnetic variance. So as hello. So as you move around the world, the magnetic variance changes. So you've got magnetic north, and you've got, what's the other one? My brains fell out my arse. Magnetic north and what?
Magnetic north compass.
Come on, what's the other one? There's magnetic north and
True north.
true north. Thank you. Do you see what I mean? So,
I had to think then.
well, I just went to say it and it just dropped out my bum. I was saying this is magnetic north due to magnetic variance, and then I thought, what's the other one called? I just forgot. See, got them as well, didn't it?
Sounds too simple. There should be another name for it.
Yeah, there probably is. Anyway, magnetic north.
Google that now.
Okay. And then when we click on here,
Probably call it Freedom North.
possibly, you can see this is, yeah, one's magnetic and one's true north, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the only names I can think.
Yeah.
American True North.
So we're actually pointing 250.
Magnetic variation is different depending on where you are on the planet.
Yeah, I've done that one. And how it differs. So
And it also changes from year to year, I think.
it's all over the place, and we're changing magnetic poles anyway, or going through that process over the next few whatever years there are. It's on the change again, which is going to screw the pigeons up. So
They managed to survive for millions of years.
yeah, but you know, if you have a pigeon at your house and when they come to fly back from some other country you've let them go in, they're not going to know where you live anymore.
No.
They're just going to go to the wrong house and saying, sorry mate, this is where my inbuilt compass has brought me. I'm your pigeon now. So you've got magnetic north, which varies, and then true north. And we're looking at the true north aspect, but we need to be aware of the magnetic north. Okay, so when we go back into the helicopter.
That sounds like a couple of the words to a song.
Which one? When we go back to what? Sorry.
I'm your pigeon now.
Oh, I'm your pigeon now. It could be. You don't know whether to make it like a romantic sort of schmoozy song or what. Told you this is Sunday, right? It's a little bit more chill and a bit off the wall. I suppose so. A Sabrina Carpenter thing. Although she'd have to go out with a pigeon first before she sung a song about it.
Oh, yeah.
Get me down with the kids, huh? So there's magnetic north.
She's not related to what Karen Carpenter, is she?
I don't think she is now. But speaking of which, have you seen that woman who started doing some YouTube videos about in the style of Karen Carpenter, using the same techniques?
Oh no, I'll check that out.
Oh, she's very, very good. She's only young, but she's doing a lot of the multi-tracking and harmonies, and she sounds exactly like her, which is what she was aiming for, trying to work out how she got the sound she got and so on. But she's very, very good. If anyone's got a link, throw it in.
Yeah, cool.
If you
I'll
could
search
live.
for that.
Right, so this is magnetic north here.
From watch postmodern jukebox. Where they do modern tunes, but in the style of older genres.
Oh, there's a Bard version of something like that, isn't there? Have you seen that, where they write it in that style? And they use medieval music and then do the music. Going down to 250, by the way. Please join in the inanity, feel free.
Down at London Bridge, not London Bridge, but South Bank, and she was called Lady. Something to do with blues, but she used to do medieval music, and she also did covers of modern stuff in medieval style with her look.
It could be it could be her, or she could be part of it, but they call it Bard something or other, and it's just that style. So when we get to 250, what we're going to do.
She only started playing after she had that almost fatal injury.
Oh, right. That's quite useful sometimes. There's a lot of people who have some sort of odd accident. There was a guy who was a savant, and he started seeing things in weird patterns, and somebody said to him, "You're seeing maths." So they got him on doing maths, and he'd become a maths genius. Doesn't always work that way, so I wouldn't suggest going round and headbutting walls or anything like that. So we're going to move this down now, which is magnetic heading, and back to the middle. Yeah, did you sort of find you it damaged your ears and you had a hole in one?
Funnily enough.
I'll change that now back to 5. I do apologise. This is alcohol free or anything free. Do you know what I mean? But that's just the way it is. You'll never come onto the stream again. And somewhere in amongst all of this, you'll learn how to fly a helicopter. Okay, so we've put that back to 5. So that covers us off for our heading and our magnetic variance. And when we look in the middle at the hood, we can see now that they're aligned. Who said that then? Sounded somebody. Oh, there you are, Solo. Hello, Solo. That was a bit of a delay on the text. How are you today, matey? Right, so now we've done that, we can carry on with the rest of the startup, okay? Which is VHF 1 on, 2, data link, VHF talk. You get through the day. It's ridiculous, isn't it? If you ever have dreams and you wake up, the best thing you can do is you have a notepad by the side of the bed and a pen, and you just basically write down what you can remember and any emotions related to it. It's called a dream book. Or get something you can press a button and describe it and talk about it. Do you know what I mean? And it might help you to jog your memory when you're awake properly. Either that, or it's just a nightmare.
Okay,
or you believed you'd logged into Star Cities and actually worked. Do you know what I mean? Right, okay, so now what we're going to do is, we selected here, ID. We're on number 1, so I'll move this over to Wingman. We're going to put on the pitch hold, bank hold and heading hold, which will smooth the input to those various channels. Hey Pup, how are you today? Pup's not very well. We're going to put on the seat ejection system.
Hanging in there.
Yeah, still with you, man flu. Okay, we're going to move the fire extinguisher forward, switch it on. We're going to look round.
Not so good.
And we're going to put the L140 laser on and the countermeasures.
Scandinavian recipes.
Drink.
All of them.
Okay, 128 is telling me that my flares will come out of both sides at the same time.
Not even stinking.
And what we need to do now is stop the APU. I'm going to have to turn them down a little bit. And then we can also put the APU fuel flow down. Let me turn them down just a little bit.
Yeah.
There we go. See if that's any better. Playing Syria.
If I had one.
Right, okay. So now we're ready to take off. Okay, not going to do anything else yet. We've got to go and get some weapons. I've put on the axis so you can see. And what's going to happen now is, as we start to increase the collective, Oh man, that's all I've got at the beginning. Yeah, I was flying last week. I was going to do Star Citizen, but Star Citizen at this moment in time is in its crock of shit phase. And when it's in its crock of shit phase, the best thing you can do is something else. And then, maybe in a week, maybe in 2, I'll have another look. And if it's not in a crock of shit phase, then I'll stream that, alright? So I'm pressing and holding the trimmer button, which disengages the trimmer. And now I'm going to fly over there and go and get some weapons. So this is the map we were flying on yesterday, and I thought, you know what, instead of just out and out teaching something, I'll just have a chilled version of yesterday, and we'll see how we get on. I was going to get LOTATC up and running, but there's so many things changed with it that I couldn't get it running on the server. If you've never seen it, it's one hell of an add-on. And it's basically, is it GCI? CGI? GCI. Basically, you act as the ATC, amongst other things, which it's this one, isn't it? I want to be at. With all the reloading. Oops. Oh, for fuck's sake. So, this is the uncensored channel. Do you know what I did? I caught my tail on the floor when I went round then. Anyway, you all know how to start. You all know how to start. Oh, shut up. God, she just goes on. Sometimes you don't want to switch that little voice switch on because she doesn't shut up. We know. Right, okay. So this time I'll start it up without all the explanation. I did stop flying. It wasn't the shark, that was entirely me. Are you coming in, Redbeard? We need some people flying. We only need people flying because then you make us look better, do you know what I mean? So where was I? Abris, that's it, sorry. So this time I won't go through all the controls. Oh, right, yeah. Yeah, this is a very good map, to be honest. It's worth a bung, although we don't play it that often, but it is a nice map, to be completely fair. It's very heavy. If you try streaming and you play this and you've only got 32 gig, you will have problems. Okay, that's up. So I'll just go through the startup. The only thing we have to wait for now is the alignment. And that is the fastest way to do the alignment, by the way. Did I forget to switch that off before? Never mind. Put that there, put that there. Or have I just switched something off? Am I not focusing? Probably not. Do you know what? It doesn't matter, does it? This is just the chilled version of the usual stream. Not that I'm not chilled anyway, but...
I can see 2 columns of tanks moving to the northeast of our fort. There's a small...
If you hear screams and things in the background, by the way, just be aware that Lisa's watching something called Exorcist, not the film. It's the TV series that she's found. Something's not right here. What am I doing? Something's not quite right, but we'll see. Oh, and there's a washing machine on a spin cycle down there as well somewhere. Oh, look. Fuel pump. Oh no, that's up, that's up. Ah, that's fine. Let's see how it goes anyway.
MI8 moving south
If it does go quiet, by the way, I'm just coughing and I'll mute the mic if I can. And if you don't hear me talking at all, then I forgot to unmute it. Hang on. Was that a Vector Victor? You know what I was thinking? Have you seen those clear perspex little screens that you get for kids for noteboards with these like luminous coloured pens?
Yeah, there's a energy compressor that uses them for this lecture.
I thought it'd be really quite useful to have on the desk while you're, you know, when you're getting numbers and things like that. It's quite visible, and do you know what I mean? It's about 20 quid or something, if that.
I just saw something.
Right, okay, both engines are up now. Let's put the throttles up 2 notches. Right, I've gone through all of this already, by the way, so that's why I'm not explaining my way through it all. So if you do want the start up, it's at the beginning of the stream. And now we've got a 3-minute wait, okay? So we'll have a look, see what other people are doing at the moment. Sticks is going into rushing up. This is Pup, not Pup, sorry, Jan. Behind the Mirage. You can tell I've got the sound turned up a little bit by the audio flooding over the microphones. It's quite loud, isn't it? And that's just bleeding straight over my mics. Is it too loud in game, by the way, on the stream? Let me mute my mic. It's a bit too loud. It's a bit too loud for me. I can't hear myself think. So I'll put that back up and I'll turn it down in game. We've got so many different ways of changing the volume. Oh, it really is, yeah. Let's do that. It is really noisy, isn't it? But I've got monitor speakers and they're very noisy, especially when they're both working. Right, let's see how this is going. Meanwhile, while the battle rages on, I'm still waiting 3 minutes for this thing. Are you going to pick up some SAMs or anything, Stixie? Yeah, right, Spectre. You can come in and fly as well if you want, matey. If anyone wants to fly. Not sure what Redbeard's doing today. I know you do things and then you can come in if you want. We'll get our butt kicked with possibly MI-28s at some point. So we're just waiting for this thing to finish the alignment. Assuming I haven't forgot something, but I don't think I have. Should disappear off soon. Oh, you don't have to eat it quick, matey. What time is it for you? Is it an hour ahead or an hour behind? I'm never quite sure, but it's something like that, isn't it? I know, or is it the same time zone as us? Which is, what, 13:32. So, yeah, it's going to be 13:32 for you, isn't it? Unless your clock's an hour out.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, I thought so. I was going to be on at 10 o'clock, but and I started looking into something as you do. Right, okay. So again, I'm going to change the alignment because it's 10 degrees out. So let's just whiz this round to 250. I'm going to zoom in a bit so you can see the numbers and I can see the numbers. There we go. So we want this round to 250. Make sure that when you do it, it's on the thicker or fatter of the lines, which is that one there. And then we're going to pop this little button here down, back up to the middle. Put this back to 5, which is now going to represent the magnetic variance for the location, as I explained earlier. And again, make sure that you put this on the little fat part of the number there. Okay, so this should be aligned, which it is. And now we just carry on with the startup. Data link, move this over to Wingman, channels. Now, just before I take off, does anybody want me to go over the trimming stuff with this thing or not? What else? L140 laser and the countermeasures. Okay, we can stop the APU and we can also stop the APU fuel flow. And this time, let's see if I can actually make it over to where I need to be.
How do you remember these sequences?
There's lots of different ways. Basically, repetition. So what I used to do is watch a few vids. I've got a manual on this, a proper printed manual, and I'd find out how to start it and I'd write it down. Now, if I'm teaching people how to remember it, what I would do is say, right, don't write anything down, don't use anybody else's startup sequence, just listen and I'll walk you through it. So I get someone in a helicopter, I'll sit in the helicopter and I tell them where to look. So you'll hear me use right knee, sometimes right thigh, so I always envisage somebody sitting in here. And I use right butt cheek, right elbow, right arm, and that gives you a position. So when you're on, say, right elbow, you're looking down, and you're looking down lower than if it was the right shoulder. So it gives you a clue of where to look. When you first start, right, you have no idea what they're even talking about. It makes it really difficult. It tells you to look for something, and unless you've got a picture, as you'll find in Chuck's guide of where it is, then it's really, really difficult. If you get a piece of paper with somebody else's startup on, right, then you're forever having a piece of paper. So the way I would remember it is repetition, right, and learn the positions as much as you learn the switches. So, you know, I don't have to think it's right knee, right elbow, right this, left knee, left thing, and I just break it all down into sections. And you'll find there's a pattern. So in the shark, for instance, it's very much, you start there, you go to there, you go to there, right? You go to there, you go to there, you go to there, and then you come back to here, back to there, over to there, and you're just learning that like a route.
107 said, @Adeline_D_. When for me, I like to watch procedure tutorial videos while writing the steps down myself in my own words.
Yep.
Then, after repeating that, we make the checklist but condensing the steps into groups that make sense to me. Then
Yeah.
repeat a few times until I just
So-
happen to remember a handful of stages in my workflow.
Yeah, so basically, the way I look at it is, if I'm going to teach you, I would go through this 5 or 6 times or more. I wouldn't just do it once and leave you with it. And the reason for that is because you don't know where the switches are going to be. So I'll get used to looking into a particular pattern like I've just gone through. And then when you feel comfortable, right?
Yeah, that fireball was me.
Don't worry about it, Stixie. I'll look away, all right? No one's noticed. Okay? So When you feel comfortable, I'll then say, right, have a go at writing the startup down and use the nomenclature that says something like RK, right knee, RBC, right butt cheek, okay, RE, right elbow, and just put a little note by the side. And then, right, you'll start actually doing it before I've asked you. This is what happens by 5 or 6 times. If you write it down, that reinforces those instructions. On the videos that I'll be putting together, what I will be doing is putting, instead of having this where it can be disjointed because I'm answering questions, having conversations, I'll put an audio track only of the startup. So it'll be saying, look here, press this, look here, press this, look here, press this. But the actual video will explain what these things do and the order in which you press them. Whereas the actual audio track that I want to give you will walk you through the startup without all that extraneous chit-chat. And so you can listen to it. And the more you listen, the more you repeat, the more you get written down and you write down yourself, the more you watch, you'll find it'll get in there and stick. I've been flying the Shark for donkey's years. That was my first ever module. That was the Shark 1. They brought out the Shark 2. They brought out the Shark 3. And when they change something, it's really bad because I don't have to think about it anymore. And when I explain things, this is another big thing. You learn how to fly something up to a level. You teach someone else and you'll do it slowly because it makes you think. Right? And by teaching someone, it's again embedding it in your head. So just pass on the knowledge. And all of these things basically will help. Now, I've forgotten more than I remember. And I did test myself once and I got people trying or starting up 4 different things at the same time, which was about my limit. I can't remember things that I've flown and other things, like when I jumped in the A10C yesterday. I remember most of it, but there's daft little things I might forget. But some of the things I'll remember incredibly well. And you'll see me, like all other collectors, flying a small subset of the actual modules I've got. So if I wanted to fly the Mi-8, for instance, I'd have to go and write up a checklist for myself. If I wanted to fly the Chinook or even the Kiowa, I've got them written down somewhere. I'm a prolific note taker and I've got notes for them all, and then I put them in OneNote. So if I want it from OneNote, I have to just remember the name of a switch or a button and it'll go and find it. So I don't have to fit it all in my head, and I just remember the ones I need to fly. Does that make sense? But yeah, you can accelerate people's learning ability by utilising all these different methods, and people can learn much faster.
Is there a way to skip startup in DCS and just enjoy flying?
Yes.
A little more of an arcade experience to get into it?
There is, yes. You can do something called auto start, which is the Windows key, left Windows key, and the home key. The problem is with that is you will enjoy flying it, but it will take you a lot longer to get used to the startup. Some of the things that put people off are the startup. All right. And the problem is some people will never come out of doing auto startup because they'll say, why am I going to spend 3 minutes or 5 minutes starting it up when I can just do this? You can even press a couple of keys that will make it more into an arcade mode when you see the screen. So you'll have a few dials on the screen. But my view is if you're going to start doing that, then maybe this is a little bit further in your journey than you need to be doing. And maybe you should be flying something more like some of the IL-2, although that's World War II stuff, or something like War Thunder. And it depends what you want from it. But if you want to understand a little bit more, then that's where DCS comes in. And that's why it's so niche, because a lot of people don't want to start, stuff up. But that's what this is about. If you think about it, the A10C that we use was used to train the American pilots how to transition from the A10A to the A10C. And it was a tool for the military. Yeah.
I feel like with a little one now I have less time.
You will have less time.
Into it, but just won't enjoy it.
No, I understand that.
Investing so much time.
No, I understand that, and this is why you'll see a lot of people who fly tend to be more. This is a bit of a sharp sting. Not you as well. Yeah, they do. There is a lot more you'll get out of these, but it's not something. If you haven't got time, you're right, Stingy. Yeah, matey, more of a chill thing. Star Citizen's in crocker ship mode, so I was going to do that, but I'm not going to bother. I tried it last night, and it's not in a good place. This is the problem, Ian. When you start on things like this, you really need some time investment. The only thing you don't need that investment for, something you can get in, have a quick half hour, is the Huey. The Huey you can get started within a minute or two and learn a lot about the Huey and enjoy it. I mean, the kids that we have are grown up and gone. The other half, she flies, she plays Star Citizen, she plays DCS. She's always been a gamer. I've always been a gamer. And it just works well. She wants to watch something on telly. She doesn't want to play today. That's fine. I'm not going to get any hassle for being up here. I have a nice setup that's taken me some time to build up. There's still a bit more kit I could do with, as is always the case. But it's not causing a problem with the relationship either. Do you know what I mean? The kids are gamers. I don't know where they got that influence from. And it's just one of those things. Yeah, that's fine, eh?
If you're on later, might catch you then. Take care, Palin. Thanks again for your time.
Yeah, that's you're welcome. But I would look at something like the Huey when you're on a time constraint and just worry about the Huey. There's plenty you can do with it, and you can do it in half an hour. So, I would look at that instead of worrying too much about some of the more complex things. Anyway, look after yourself. Yes, matey. Mel12345 is the password. Okay, have I started everything up? I do believe I have. Exactly. It's so nice to have a shared hobby, especially something that you both do the same. Yeah, no worries, Ian. You're welcome. Yes, Sticks, it's a heavy old machine, and it's all about anticipation. So you've got to think about what it's going to do, and you come down slightly too fast and it'll drop out the sky like a brick. Well, you've just said it, haven't you? Try to have I go down like a brick. Right, okay, am I ready to go? I do believe I am. So let's get off a little bit better than I did last time. Let's go forward instead of going back. Yep, manage that. And let's see if I can actually get over there and get some weapons. He's burning the grass, isn't he? Do you know what? When I used to go around Lincoln and those sort of places, I always used to wonder why the grass was always burning and there was smoke all over the roads. And I always thought it was the farmers, but it must be people learning how to fly helicopters. What did you fall over on? What, you fell over a canoe or off a canoe? You've got a canoe in the living room on the floor? So it's in the house, right? And have you got a teaspoon of water to practice your rolls in? Or whatever they're called technically. So you just sit in it to watch the telly and watch people going down rapids. Oh, you know, I could imagine it immersion. You need someone with a teaspoon of water to throw at you all the time. What, one of those like misters? That's quite good. You could probably automate that, couldn't you? And with a fan, it'll feel like, you know, you've got the... Put a bit of salt in the ocean spray in your face. But you didn't think of that. I've got a scar on my right wrist from canoodling when I was 16. Went down some rapids and that. And found a rock with my wrist. Well, yeah, I did have a helmet on. But my wrist, yeah. I wasn't very popular because it stopped everybody. I had to go and have stitches. Right. Let's go and get some weapons. We're going to get there eventually. You know what? I might shoot something today. Right, let's have a look. Bog standard default layout. Pardon? Yes, stand by, matey. Let me load up and I'll tell you when I'm ready for tasking. I have been yakking away, you know what I'm like. Ooh, I'm just getting my pad. 325 for 7. Sorry, Stu, 325 for 7. Okay, what ID are you, pup?
Number 2.
Yeah, copy that. Right, 124. 124 radio check. Right, see, got no weapons. Oh, where am I? There I am. Nothing. That's again because you need to put this radio onto ground crew. Wasn't a mistake. I do that on purpose so you can see you get no weapons. It's something you need to remember specifically with this, and sometimes the 18, sometimes not the 18. So this time round when we ask for what we're asking, you'll get a copy after, if we're in the right place. There we go. You don't get a copy, you won't get anything. And believe me, the number of times you get out to somewhere and you find that you haven't got any weapons is more than you could imagine. Okay. Sorry about that. I went to talk after coughing and started coughing again. So it always does the refuel before it does the weapons. So we should get more weapons. There we go. We got 12 Vickers on. And what we're going to do now is go 325 for 7. So let's move this to the map. And I'm going to go 325 for 7, and then we're going to go and see if we can actually see these trips. I do apologise. Some days are worse than others, but today I'm coughing quite a lot. I'm going to put my weapon system on before I take off. And I'm also going to put this on, and then that'll allow me the ability to just switch on my gun, as you can see. Right, okay. Now, I've just been targeted by someone. Anyone want to own up? Yeah, copy that. So 32547. I can only just see that if I zoom in. So 325. Okay. Let's bring my undercarriage up. Only want to go 7 miles in this direction.
About 40 miles.
So 3, 2. Oh, shots coming in. Shots coming in from above. Oh no, shots coming in from below. That's fine. Alright, so I don't want to go too far. I'll leave these on as much as I can so you can see what's going on in the hood. So my gun will be about 4.5 clicks I can fire with it, and I got high explosive and armor pierce. So we've also got troops over there with, as he said, these troops on the road, by the way.
The troops are in sorry.
Box 1.
Troops are in village.
Is this where I'm heading at the moment? Slightly left of my heading. I think it is. Yeah, copy that. Yeah.
What, 36?
Okay, getting shot at. Yeah, right up the ass. I was flaring as well. Where's our air cover? Oh. Who else we got? Oh, Redbeard, okay. So we got Redbeard in a 16 as well. Right, excellent. This is one of the reasons why you learn, and you will keep learn how to start these things up, because you get shot down, you got to go through it all again, constantly. So you start to learn positions, as I said, where buttons and things are. It's not over difficult once you start. When you first start, it's quite daunting. This is a little bit of a different start up to the Black Shark 2, but it's not difficult really. You just tend to remember things, as I said. So that's ready. So if you want to start up, as I said, I did it before, but if you have a specific question or you want me to go through it again, please say. I'm quite happy to go through it all for you. If you want this audio, right, which isn't coming through the stream, all you're hearing is bleed on my mics. I can switch it on, by the way, if you want to hear the background chit chat from TeamSpeak. I can switch it on and adjust the volume so it's not overpowering. It's up to you guys. Sometimes people don't like
Nice.
the audio on the channel, which is fair enough.
We got one.
Good shots. Oh. Trade. You've got him.
The helicopter shot you down.
Two enemy pilots on the ground at El Kafir, northeast, northwest. Captured them for interrogation.
Yeah, I'm just jumping back into the Shark, but I'll do some pilot pickups after. If you want, in the Huey. Might as well. I think,
Infantry is still at 318.8 all the time.
are they on the move by any chance?
No, they're stationed now.
Okie dokie. Yeah, I just, as I said, got shot up the ass by a plane. Need some more air cover if anyone's around, wants to do some air cover. Let's put this on. It's quite clever, isn't it? Quite sneaky. We do need more people on. There's only about 4 people flying. So if anybody wants to join in, you're more than welcome. It's fairly chilled. Sunday afternoon fly. So again, adjust this in the same way as before. So set this to 250, which is my proper heading. Oh, no, wait. I'm jumping ahead of myself, aren't I? There we go. Gotta wait 3 minutes first. Nobody shouted out. I've got to wait 3 minutes for this to appear, and then I can make those adjustments. So while we're waiting, let's go to get some ammo. It's just taking off, that's AI. You got Redbeard up in the air in a 16. He's not on comms there. Right, anyone got any questions? So, oh dear me, it's all quiet, excuse me. Have you got what push? Where's the push to talk? You got it on a button. You can if on the menu you can do it manually. That doesn't work either. Does it trigger but not any audio? It's odd. Ah, right, I'll get you. Yeah, you just, is there nothing in general?
Yeah.
Right, that's the one that doesn't do anything. Yeah, the SRS version worked really well. Yeah.
Let me see if I can. Are you using a particular console?
We might need to do is go back.
Oh, have you not set it up then, yeah?
If you got back to main menu, click on the button, come back in, it was. You just got to remember to push the talk forward.
Okay, there we go. So now that's what I'm trying to fix. So my actual heading is 250, so we'll move this back to 250. And then we're going to move this down, back to the middle, and then put these back on 5.
Right, so if you go and see what's audio,
Yeah.
the one,
That was just
CJSPCN said, is there enough targets for Apache?
Oh yeah, plenty. It's plenty, matey.
radio options left in this area.
Okay, so that's there. We can now finish with the rest of the startup then. As before. Sorry, what was that? I missed it.
what settings is
Within the game or on the main screen? On the main screen. So switch chat on. Make sure you've got your output thing. Check your microphone. And ideally, I think there might be a push to talk setting. I can't remember. Does it say push to talk? In fact, I can look at it. Wait 1 minute, but I just can't press it. So just give me a minute. Right, okay. You need voice chat, AI radio speech I keep on. You need to set your main audio out and your speaker, headphones, lines. You can do a microphone test. Move the input volume down to about 20% or less. Otherwise you're going to come blaring out. Ignore the turn servers for voice chat. And there's not much else really, and that should be about it. But do check your microphone first. There is a push to talk microphone at multiplayer start. It's the bottom option on the right. Set it to push to talk. And then once you're in game, you just do search for VoIP in whatever aircraft you're in. And depending, you'll find a switch for VoIP. But if your aircraft's got an intercom, if it's a two-man plane, you'll find a switch for that as well, so you can talk between you and your co-pilot or vice versa. Where was I? Oh yeah. Right, so that's up, that's up. Let's make sure this is on. I'm on 1. Pitch bank heading. That's when I should have done that. That's when I should have done that. That's when I turn around to do my L140. UV26. This is ready to roll. Stop the APU. See if we can move somewhere without getting shot down this time. Switch off that. And let's go and get some weapons. So we're just going over there. Just slowing down now, using the line in the hood.
see like 2 trucks.
One, 2, 4 radio check.
Right now, mine's 28.
505.
Is that you, Red?
Yes.
Mine's 28.
254.
Stu, copy. Stu, copy.
4.
Redbeard's on 124 F16. Right, okay. One of the things I can say that I haven't done is switched on the standby attitude indicator. Make sure that this is sorted. Go back to nav.
Yeah, I see.
Switch the radio over. Oh, wrong. This one. And then put some weapons on. Now, despite having igglers, right, they are a little bit of a... that'll be in-game. Change the camo. Haven't got a beaver camo, so we'll go desert camo. Make sure we get a copy. Okay, and then we'll try again. If anybody wants to come in again, please do. We are using... what got you? They're a pain in the ass, aren't they?
Yeah.
It's best...
Right in the face.
Did you catch any bullets in your teeth?
Yeah, 12.
12? Okay, so let's have a little look again. So we're going 325 for 7 from me, Stu. Yeah. I was going to go and shoot the people in the village again, or try to get there. Yeah, copy. Yeah, copy that.
You guys can't hear me, can you?
Wait a minute, put I got my radio on ground crew, stand by. Okay, try again. Can't hear anything at all. If you look, left control, left shift and tab will bring up a little menu, but you're in VR, so it might cause you a problem, I don't know.
What was that?
Left control, left shift and tab, and you'll get a menu pop up. That will show you what channel you're on, and it'll also show you whether you're broadcasting or not, in theory. And there are other ways of putting people into groups and things like that, and controlling the volumes. But yeah, I didn't hear you. Try broadcast again. See if you hear me. Yam radio check. I forgot his name then, nearly for a minute. Yeah, you're not hearing me either, are you? Right, so you set your VoIP control, you found it on a search, and your radio is definitely set to 124, and it's the right radio.
But antenna thing.
Yeah, if you look on the little menu, look on the little menu thing. On the floating window, there's like a little antenna thing, and there's two ways of using the radio, I think.
Oh, okay.
The antenna thing to be green, like
It's green, yeah.
yeah, and it's on.
Right, so try broadcasting now, yeah. Okay, I got static.
5x5.
I heard someone say 5x5, so you must have asked. Someone heard you.
I didn't hear.
No, I didn't hear you before, but I can hear you, Redbeard. Ooh, I think someone's shooting at me here already. Not sure where that's from behind. So what I've done is switched. Yeah, copy that. I don't know whether I can capture them in this, can I? Yeah, I can't see them at the moment. Yeah, that's fair enough. Two 289. Slowing down. Sorry about that, guys. I started to cough then. As you can tell, my voice has gone a bit weird. Copy. Under attack again from something already. Probably radar from the tanks or whatever. I'm coughing like a lot today. Yeah, no worries. Oh. Oh, I can hear you, I'm there. It's so quiet.
Copy.
I could hear you then, yeah, really quietly. It's that little one. I will probably need to turn you up on my end, so don't worry. Okay, am I heading towards that? Yep, that's good. Yep, got no eyes yet. No visual. No visual. Still no visual. Let's take this screen down. Okay, looking. Right, eyes. Why isn't it firing? Stupid idiot. Oh, so I looked down, right? I went to fire. I was pointing at him, and I realised I hadn't got my bloody master arm on. So I just looked down and then he shot just as I looked down. He's killed me in the cockpit. I thought I'll aim for him because at least that way I can see what he's doing and he's too close for a missile. So my helicopter's still going, but I'm not flying it. It's a pain in the ass. Not going to eject or anything, so this is just flying round now by itself. Yeah, look. My pilot's dead. That's just going to go around in circles now. Seems to be coming down as well. Right, I'll jump into this thingamajig and try and pick wrong button. Try and pick down pilots up, probably including myself. This is quite an interesting mission. You can see why I was just going to have a look at it. There's quite a lot going on. Right, Huey I actually covered last week. If anyone wants me to go through the startup, please shout out now. Otherwise, I'll just get started.
There is only the MI-28, Angels 1. It's the only enemy aircraft. Yeah.
Can I pick people up if I've got gunners in the back? I shouldn't normally be able to, should I? Or can I?
They're simply behind the hole in that little, what they call the glory hole.
The glory hole, is that what they call it? Ah, Sparrowhawk by any chance?
But no, there's a different one.
Chicken Hawk, that's the one.
Chicken Hawk was. I read another one. Pilot who. Medivac pilot. They called the Medivac this. The glory hole.
Ah.
Apparently, they got the glory saving people.
Yeah, it's funny how it changed its reason, isn't it?
Originally, because they got targeted.
Alright, I'll put some gunners on and we'll see how we get on. Trouble is, he'll shoot the enemy prisoners, he won't interrogate them.
Oh, yeah. You could switch them.
I could do. But they'll probably shoot the helicopter up and shoot the pilot, or do they stop when I'm that close?
Now and then they keep it all the time.
Yeah.
Check and see.
Okie dokie.
There is
Unalive them, you mean? Seems to be the trend for it now. Yeah. Hello, awfully. Would you mind coming out with me to a restaurant?
what's that?
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. Need a bit more RPM there. I've got load on.
Anything for
My DC's crashing.
DCS, it's crashing. Is it crashing every single time you try and fire it up? If you go into the DCS bin folder of your game, there's DCS updater, DCS_updater.exe. So type that in, right, in a command prompt, and put under right slash, the one on the question mark, repair, I think. No, just put the word repair under it, and it'll run off and it'll do a repair. And if that doesn't fix it, then rename your saved, you know, the config folder under save games, your name save games. Rename that to old at the beginning, and then fire it up again and see if it works. There's usually an error log as well that's in the main route, and it'll give you an idea. But those are the basic things that I would try.
Yeah, that's what's pinging it next.
Right, let's just pop this down here. Right, so what I want to do, let's see if it works first. I don't want that. I want this. That. So I want door gunners, which are 3 and 4. And I'll put miniguns on. They're a little bit heavier than the other guns. And I also want my co-pilot to have guns. So he's going to be on 1 and 6. No point putting rockets on. Look at the weight already. Okay, so I've only got about a £400 leeway, so this is why I was asking before. So I'm going to just drop this down to about 50. Because if you think about it, I'm picking people up and the weight will get added on. Change the livery to one of ours. This is one that Jeeve did. He was on earlier. Use the red one. Say OK. See if I get a copy. Didn't get a copy at all. So what I need to do is go down to here, and I need to move this from PVT or private. Is it private to int? So now I should be able to get what I want. So 3 and 4 miniguns. 1 and 6. Bring this down to 50. And go for Bevar Red. Now let's see if we get a copy. There we go. Right, I'm just going to nip to the loo. I'll be back in a minute. Okay, right, I'm back. Hopefully I've got my guns. If we have a little look. Okay, we've got gunners, we've got guns on there. We're running a little bit heavy. We're going to try and pick pilots up. Right, so there's a couple of things I need to do. Look where the compass is here. And adjust this one to match that, otherwise any directions become moot. So we are between 30 and west over here, and we're 2 notches in a bit towards the 30. So we need to have that so it's half circle, half across. Yeah, that's actually not bad. That's about right. Okay, so let's have a look at the missions. Other Caesar. Right, available tasks. Okay, I've got a few tasks at the moment, and I've got some for enemy. I've got a 7.99k at 312. Okay, let me take that. So Caesar. So wait a bit. 7.993112. Okay, so am I taking that with a number, or do I click, or what? Do I just go and get them? I don't have to select the mission. Yeah, it's a little bit odd. Oh, there's a readme. Wait a bit. Be picked up by any helicopter embarking. Oh, any helicopter. F10 Caesar start embarking radio menu. Yeah. Yeah. Closer than 30 meters. Green smoke up. Oh. Yeah, but how will I know it's them? That's the thing. So you don't have to choose the mission. This is the thing. I can't. Okay, just fly towards them. 7.93112. Okay. So what I need to do is set a course. 3112. So I'll go down here, turn set heading, and there's 300, 10, 20, 10, 12 is about there. Okay. Now, also, that comes into play is the left Windows and H key, and there's my guys. Okay, so I'm going to leave those off for now. Now let's try and head over. I'm a little bit heavy, so the engine RPM is going to go down again. So I need to turn slightly right, add a little bit more RPM. Watch that truck there, don't really want to hit it. I just got to remember the skids are a lot lower than you think. Once I get moving, I'll be a little bit better. And watch that tower. As I said, I'm a little bit heavy. There we go, we're moving now, we'll start getting more lift. Don't really want to go into the trees either, we can get over there easy enough. But that's the general direction. Just got to watch my gauges to make sure I'm not overstraining the engine. Also going to trim it round here somewhere about there. Oh, I haven't put my radio back into where it should be at the moment, which I should move it from whatever it is. I haven't even set the radio, so I can't communicate with anybody either. But these are the sort of things you forget sometimes. So I can't do much while I'm flying. I can do little things, but I can't look down here and change radio frequencies and knobs and buttons. One thing I can do though that I haven't done that I should do is just down here switch that on. What that will do is give me flares. Well, it would do. If I turn the knob. It's not this one, is it? Yes, it is. There we go. MI8 still kicking around, is it? Oh, that's not good. Yeah, that's fair enough, matey. No worries. Now, there's menu options I can use. Oh man, no, I can't. Let's have a look. Have I got an alt key? I don't have a right alt key. I need a right alt key to be able to call the menu up, and I haven't got one on my keyboard. Would you believe it? Yeah, you'll have to direct me. I can't use my
Copy.
They're shooting at me.
You're too close together.
What about his pup? Is he nearby? Got both of them. So he's north. Okay, so what I wanted it to do is just let my gunners on him.
Yeah,
Hey, Thanatos. Hello, matey. How are you? Did the training last week, by the way, Thanatos. You have a look at the stream. Yeah, all good, thanks. So, am I heading the right direction still? Ah, did you? Yeah, I went through last week the Huey and then showed how the Shark works trimmer wise, and then stepping into the Apache and how you can learn from those. Pup, can you flare please, pup? Can't see pup. Let's put my radio back. One, two, four, radio check. 124 radio check. Oh, I haven't put the radio onto 124.
Yeah, fly away.
Still can't see any flares or anything from pup.
Got something?
I'm gonna die again. I'm gonna die again, I know it.
Slim said, it must be the pink rocks running here.
Yeah.
Victor's Victor. Right, darling. You're just coming up for my cup.
No, your cup's downstairs.
Oh, good. I was going to say I did drop it off.
Just doing a drink.
You right, cock?
Yeah.
Right. I'd sort my radios out then. So that one needs to be switched on. That needs to be 124. A helper monkey. I've got a helper monkey. She's just about to do a cup of tea. Where's my button? 124 radio check. Can't remember which is the button. Is it that one? Nope. That one. Nope. Yeah. Okay, it's back. 124 radio check. It's working. Just not got anything coming, have I? 124 radio check.
Okay.
Ah, good copy, thanks. Right, I'm on the right one. Let's have a look. I tell her that she costs too much. Let's go Caesar. So, recover wreck. Oh, I see. Oh no, this is in game. This is in game radio. Alright, those were the people. So I've got Rex available, Caesar. I've got no available Caesar. So we've got 3 T80 tanks somewhere, have we? Let me have a look on the map. I can get in the Apache and try and give them some cover. I've got to find out where they are first. Oh, hang on then. 1 minute. Go on.
They're in grid square. Bravo Sierra 67.
Yep. Bravo Sierra 6717.
They're on there. See, can you see there's a like road next to them? Same map.
Yeah, sorry mate, just 1 minute. B 67. I always find my way right. B S 63 64 62. So it goes up that way. 65 66. Yeah, BS 67 by Barack.
6717. So yeah, if you'll pick BS67.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Don't forget your tea.
So the main square is
All right.
BS61.
Ah, BS 61, not 67.
Then when you zoom in, brand new finer bearing 7. The top right hand longer where Bravo's
I much prefer, right, so we've got the square BS61. Can you give me just a grid reference from left to right on the bottom, which will be 0 to, call it 8, and then up 0 to 8, so I can find it lower first. You know what I mean? Because this grid, as soon as I zoom in, there's that many numbers, I can't find my way around, to be honest. Whereas if I divide it into 8, it's a bit easier. So that on that road by... But that puts me right on top of waypoint 2. So I'd get blown. I can see where Pup is. I can see all those containers, but that's going to be quite close to the base. That puts me 7.5 clicks away from waypoint 2. No, 6.5.
yeah, it would, but if you were over more to the east, 5 kilometres, 7 to their nearest point. Closest air defence tanks at the moment, 4 points.
Yeah, okay, let me have a look. I wish these grids would stay big so I can see where I am. So it's B...
So,
Yeah, BS61.
count along the bottom.
Yeah.
8.
No, see, as soon as oh, there's the big line. Well, yeah, I've got the 8s. BS6 8, and you want me up at 18. Because
So, yeah, if you go 6, 7,
yeah,
see the square next to it. BS7, 1, 7.
yeah,
In that square there. See the way the roads are laid out. Road goes from the bottom to the top.
yeah.
2 roads on the left hand.
Sort of, yeah.
They're on the second, as you're going up the central road, not the first left, second left. They're on that road, between the road.
Okay, somewhere in there.
Give you a
I'll put it round by there. Don't worry. I'll find them with a helicopter.
give you a north to south if you want to put that into the helicopter.
No, I'll find them. I don't have to get that close. I have to be within 8k, and I can take them out. So
Yeah,
it should find them easy enough.
no worries.
So I don't like using these grids at all. B6717. I'll go and get. Thanks for me tea. Nearly forgot. I've got no troops to pick up, so I'll jump back up here, jump into here. It's very bitty today, but then again.
Oh no, you're getting SU-27's launch stop. Flare, drop altitude.
SU-27s.
It's taking a while, isn't it? Oh, there we go.
Flare, SU, SU.
Are we ready now? Right.
Crap.
Okay, batteries on. APU's on. Shut the door. Turn the lights on over here.
Yeah,
Now I've jumped in the Apache. I could have come and picked you up on Caesar. Oh, he hasn't left it. Oh, right, okay. Could have come and got his remains. He's a deceased pilot. You're in there. Right, okay, let's pop this on. It's just a fine spray. Right. What I'll do is put an FCR on, go and hunt out those 3 tanks. Just waiting for this to drop below 70. I can start the right engine then. As soon as that's got 20 to 24, hit the right throttle, move it into idle. Let's see if I can adjust comms while I'm waiting. It's already on 124. Just leave it as it is. I think it's on 124. Oh no, 124 800. Okay, try that one again. Oh. And 2-4 ready, check. Okay, that's down.
So just start doing that circuit.
Yeah, no worries. Not aligned yet. Threat show, CPG cursor, threat show, threats targets, TSD, ASC, util, radar warning. Let's change this. Look down here, make sure all these are turned up. Don't know if they're using squelch on this radio system. Internal, I know they did on SRS, or seem to do anyway. Okay, where are we now? If I mark route direct to, which is already there, that put me in a ballpark area. Bid, TADS, weapons, on a helmet sight. Also need to get to weapons, sight, iHads. Switch my iHads back on and align that as well.
CJSPCL said, well, maintenance server all good.
Oh, you went into a US one, yeah? Good. Okay, switch this on. Bit test. Okay, it's aligned. Switch these on. Comms bypass. Okay, let's take off then. Little bit of left stick. Increase collective, little bit of left rudder. Let's see where we end up. Okay. Okay, still got the APU on. Always the same thing with me. Always got the APU on. Let's make our way over to that wall. Yes, I know the APU's on. I'll do it in a minute. Started slowing down already. Holding the trimmer. I'll slow down because I'm disengaging it. Bit all over the place. Trouble you jump from one chopper to another and they're all subtly different in handling. Similarities, yes, but still subtly different. Make sure we get over the wall. Make sure I'm not going to hit my tail. Why is it suddenly running around? Let's just slow this down a little bit.
It's amazing.
Oh, have you set it again? I'm going to lose this if I'm not careful. Look. Shut your hole. Oh, for fuck's sake, I knew that would happen. Ah, Sunday. Sunday flying, don't you? Just love it. Don't worry about the exploding helicopter. That's just me being a numpty. Yeah, it's a different control for every single thing. Unfortunately.
You can use the same physical button.
Oh yeah, but you got to set it in every single aircraft. Right.
Pretty honest.
Yeah. Well, you just shout, don't you?
Well, apparently, right now, around the stone.
I thought they'd got like a megaphone or something.
64 GB memory, which I have
Yeah,
to
but
put
it's
on.
only good if you're talking to people behind you. You try and use the megaphone going forward.
Yeah. Especially if you're trying to bring up your undercarriage at the same time. This map is quite heavy, but only if you're streaming. You should be fine if it's just the game. It will work on 32 gig.
It's good for in-flight mode. So you can catch your sandwiches in the leg.
The trouble is, if you're going to catch a sandwich in a megaphone, right, you're going to catch a few flies as well, I would have thought. Come on, what are you thinking?
Britboy 4321.
Hey, Britboy.
I am in an Apache and try to hover at about 300 foot. When I dead stop, sometimes the helicopter seems to fall out of the sky. Have you experienced this?
Yeah, yeah. There's a couple of things. What's your torque doing? So on the top left of your hood, can you see your torque value? Because if that's shot over the hundreds, you know, 100, quite a high 100, then it'll lower the RPM because it can't cope. And when it lowers the RPM, you'll drop like a stone. So the other thing is when you start trying to hover and you're outside of the, what's the word? The ground effect, that's the word. I'm sorry, it's one of those days today. When you're outside ground effect, you might find it's a bit of an issue. But let's have a look anyway. There is a limit. 300 foot should be alright. Let's have a look. Let's get this one started and then we'll have a little look at the hovering. I'm just waiting for the oil pressure to get down below 70, which it will in a second or two. And then we'll start the right engine.
When it happens, I put max power on, but it's like a helicopter is determined to crash.
When you say max power, do you mean a maximum collective? So what's happening is because, right, okay, because you're not moving right, you've got no additional lift and all your power is coming from pitch on the blades. If you over RPM, which you'll see your torque going up far too high, what will happen, did I start that one? Yes, I did. What will happen is the helicopter can't maintain the RPM or the rotation. So you'll find you'll lose the tail end and then the main prop, and it will start to slow it down because it can't manage that RPM, and you start to drop. The last thing you want to do is move your collective up more. Okay? The thing you need to do is pull the collective back or push the stick forward so that you've got no pitch in the blades, and then just push your collective, your cyclic in any direction. And as soon as you start moving, right, then you can increase the collective a little bit, and then you'll get control back. It seems counterintuitive, but once you get into a VRS, the air patterns around your helicopter are basically turbulent, and because they're turbulent, there's no lift, so it drops. If you try and increase the lift by increasing your collective, it's going to make it more turbulent. You're going to drop faster.
Aha, I've been doing exactly wrong.
Yeah.
Sometimes I've lost 300 foot directly down to the ground.
Yeah.
I understand.
You should find that you only need about 10 feet to recover out of one. The trick is knowing when it's happening. But if that's what you're doing, that's why. Now, have you flown a Huey at all, or a Shark ever? Because the Huey will do the same thing, and so will the Shark more so. But they're quite good to... Right, okay, that's part of one of the problems you're facing, Brickboy. So, what I would always recommend to anybody, right, start with the Huey, because it's the most basic of helicopters. It's very quick to start up, very little in terms of controls that you've got to worry about, and it is basic helicopter flying. So if you get a feel for that, then try the Shark and just the trimmer aspect of it, because that's most like the Apache. Yes? No, that's fine. You can still, right, download them for free to try them out without costing you any money, especially as long as you're not on Steam. And you start to learn about VRS. VRS is a real life thing that kills a lot of people. All right? So yeah, just try that. And that's what's happening, is you're just trying to do too much with a helicopter too high, and it's having problems. Oh, hello, yeah. Oh, is it Stingy? Hello, Stingy. I thought Stingy was already in. Yeah, that's all you do. If you look, Britboy, if you've got time, look at last Sunday's live stream on YouTube, right? Because I'll go through everything we've just talked about, and I'll go through the Huey. It's very long because it's all the chat in between and a full description. I'll go through the Huey, then I'll talk about the Shark, and then I showed somebody how to get the Apache in a perfect hover where it doesn't even move. All right? And if you've got time, just have a look at a bit, or look at the salient points and see if that helps you. If not, just come back to me and I'll just go through some of this stuff for you. It's not a problem. Right, let's turn this down a little bit and let's get back to where I need to be. TSD, M, AFC, UTR, WR.
Thanks for the DRM subscription.
Oh, thank you very much. There's no need, matey. I don't need paying for anything, but it is appreciated. Thank you. $15. Thanks very much for that. Right, I'm just sorting out the last little bits. I sort of just gobbed this, all my own fault. Weapons. Okay. Let's go in there. Let's put that back, not to there. Let's put it back onto here. Go there. Ask Stu.
They went for a quick wait.
Oh, right, okay. In that case, whatever you want for now, unless someone's got a suggestion. Just making sure this radio's on the right frequency. Got quite a lot of white noise from somewhere. Sting, guess what you wanted him in? Oh, I haven't switched it on yet. Can turn somebody down here.
Of course. He spotted me.
Right, okay. APU. Switch it off this time. Put on the axis so you can see what's going on. Put on my iHads. I need to do the alignment. I haven't done it yet. So weapon, bore sight, iHads. That's close enough. Hey Foston, welcome to the channel, matey. If you got any questions, please jump in and ask. If you need help with anything, this or Star Citizen, I don't mind either. The big rectangle on the TSD4. This one here. It's a good question. Why have we got a big triangle on it? I'm not really sure unless it's showing me the extent of the range where this is the distance and that's the edge. Oh right, okay. You only get it when you do a hot start. It's probably because it's been set up properly and it looks like a boundary line to me. So I'm not 100% and it's a good question. As you change the scale, I'm guessing that this is 10 kilometres either way and now it's 15 and now it's 25 and I think it's just showing you what that range is, I believe. Not 100%, but I believe that's what it is. I may be wrong. But yeah, good question, and I do have to catch up myself with a manual. Have you flown any other helicopters before? That sounds the most logical, doesn't it? We've got white noise coming off somebody. Any ideas?
No. Oh, I don't do I'm not
Yeah, I fly Apache, Huey, Hind, and the Shark.
Right, okay. So you're used to flying the Huey and the Shark. Is that a fair statement? Have you only just got the Apache as well? Okay, so you understand how helicopters work by using the Huey because it's really, really basic. So you know what VRSing is, you know how to handle the helicopter. Why am I being targeted already? I'm just going to refuel. And with a Shark, the way the trimmer works on the Shark to manage the trimmer, manage the helicopter, yeah? Oh, you're joking, come on. Right, got it back. So the way this works when you're flying it is uses a trimmer similar to the Shark, but it doesn't have so much control over the helicopter, so it drops out easy. And then you've also got your attitude hold, your altitude hold as well. Are you familiar with those? Let me rearm while I'm at it. Right, okay. And startup is relatively straightforward, and I would just have a look at it. It doesn't take that long, to be honest. But yeah, that line, I've never really thought about it, to be honest, but I do need to catch up because there's been things added to this that I should know about that I don't. It's not a module that I know inside out, to be honest. I know some of it, but not all of it. Flying it isn't too much of a problem normally. I'm going to turn this down a little bit more. It is very noisy. So I've got a place to go.
I like how agile their Apache is.
Yeah, it's quite nice, isn't it? And once you get used to it, you can actually throw it around more than people think. But it's just recognising when you start to lose it and how to recover from it. Right, so we've put the FCR on. FCR is the fire control radar. We've got white-nosed Hellfires, which are the L's. The ones with the glass are more like your normal Mavericks, where you need a laser. So I'd have to use my co-pilot for that. So what I'm going to do is switch over to FCR. I'm going to hit util. I'm going to hit this where it says pinned. That's going to turn the radar around. I'm going to hit FCR bit override so it doesn't do the built-in test. Just drinking a cup of tea. Now using it from this seat is always a little bit interesting. I'm going to select it on the screen, and now I have to select it with this button down here, but you can't click the button. However, it will move, so when I do my combination of buttons, you'll see it go to the left, and now it's set. So I should be able to do a scan once I'm up in the air, okay? But yeah, somebody's definitely being a little bit noisy. Before I do that though, I want to make sure I've got the weapons selected. We're on safe. I'll do an override. Okay, weapons are selected. And then I'll go back to TSD, take off. And then we'll go up to, where do we need to go? It was up here, and there's my little circle. Don't need to go into that circle, but this will give me a direction, which is 303. So I'm going to take off now, a little bit left, push stick a little bit left, and I'm going for a little ride. I needed more left rudder. So I want to go 303 once I've cleared these trees. We're coming round a little bit. I don't want to go too high at this point, so I'm heading about 303, which is just over there from the right. I'm holding my trimmer in all this time, and then I'll let go of it when I'm sort of heading where I want to head. It's somewhere over here, okay? So when I let go of that trimmer button, I relax my grip on my stick, and I also relax my feet so it centres. I can now put the attitude hold on as well. And keep an eye on the torque. Torque's about 70, but I don't need it that high, to be honest. I'm still climbing, so I'm going to slow that down just a little bit. Going to reset the attitude a little bit. And I'm also going to do a quick scan. Let's switch that off there. It should be on arm. So this is checking about 8 kilometers in front. I'm drifting off slightly to the right. But if we look on the map, you'll see a little marker that I'm heading sort of for. Just to the left of that hill. I need to push slightly off to the right.
21 said, "At first I'm afraid I love it, but you can just hammer the stick all over the place or you lose control, or I do."
Have you noticed how much my stick is moving at the moment here, Brick Boy? You look at my stick when I'm flying. Okay, I've just trimmed so you see the little jerk. But most of the time with all helicopters there's very little stick movement. You can see the stick movement in the top, you can see it's trimmed. Let me put the attitude hold back on, and this is hands-free. It's got a slight drift over to the right. So I'm just going to have another little look, see what I can see with the laser. It's all armed. It's pushing a little bit to the left. Right, and now you can see where my velocity vector is. It's the little circle with the 3 lines. Just going to trim that again slightly. Doing another scan. I'm heading up here towards this circle. So it looks like there's a road over here slightly to the right. Also going to press C-scope. Who to was that? Oh shit, okay. Oh, not again. Why am I not firing? Rifle. There he is. That didn't hit him, did it?
No, it's not got near him. He's turned. Might hit him in the tail.
Yeah, they never do. This is the problem with them. Rifle. Where's he gone? Lost him. Lost my helicopter.
Do you ever use the AI gunner, George, or whatever he's called?
I try not to, because half the time he doesn't do what you ask him to do. No, I'm dead. Where the hell's he gone? Yeah, I'm shot. Someone's just shot me. Don't know who. Yeah, no, it's a helicopter. I see him. He's gone round to the right. I lost him off the radar. Yeah, he's finished me off. Yeah, he disappeared off my radar. I was scanning for him, but I couldn't see him at all. But you see what I mean about those anti-air shots? They just do nothing, ever. They sort of go under them, they go everywhere except on them.
Oh, what the hell?
Ow. I see you got your game started. If anyone wants to join in with us, by the way, you're more than welcome. Right. Startup. Who is it who was asking about the startup? Fossen fired? Right, startup. So left hand thigh, turn it onto battery, okay? Lift up the little flap for the APU and press, hold it down a little bit, put the flap down. Shut the canopy, and you should see on here the APU started, etc. Tail wheel's already locked by default. We'll soon get the iHeads. Now when the iHeads comes on, I tend to switch it off because it gets in the way of things that you're trying to look at. There it is. So it's I, we'll switch it off, okay? This knob down on the bottom left, you need that to be turned up because when you come to do the alignment for the helmet sight, that is a requirement, otherwise you won't get the concentric circles that we'll see in a minute. We're going to move the left engine forward, hold it slightly and let go, and then check the numbers here. When this gets to about 20 to 24, move the left throttle into the idle position and you'll see the rotor will start to move. And you'll see a few numbers increasing, okay? What we're going to do now is wait for this engine oil pressure to drop below 70. And then we'll do the same with the second engine. Okay, so we're on about 80 there. I'll zoom in a bit so it makes it easy to read on stream.
Extra. The throttle doesn't move with the mouse dragging like you'd expect. You have to use keyboard command, I think.
More than likely. I've got it on something called, my Stream Deck. My keyboard is American. It's also for video editing, so there's a lot of keys missing. So I've got a Stream Deck that covers some of the things, and I'll just assign it to a button on there. So, okay, we're ready. We'll start the second one. Yeah, you have to have a button that moves it into that mode. So when this again gets to 2024, about there, you'll see it move. If I go and have a look at the controls, click on them so they're selected and then press the button. So there you go, right shift and home, right shift and end. And that's it really, which is fairly common for most of the planes. So it's home and right alt and home. And even in the A10, right shift and home, right alt and home. So that is a fairly common control within DCS across quite a few different modules.
How far is the helicopter from here?
So we'll go back to the helicopter. Maybe we won't. And what we're waiting for now is for the second engine to be less than 70. When it's less than 70, we can start increasing the throttles. So if you've got dual throttles, then I would use the left one for these two, and then the right one for your collective. So we just push these up nice and smooth. You'll see everything sinking, all the numbers going the same. You push it all the way up till it can't go anymore. And that's your engine started as far as I'm aware. If there's any other buttons or switches, please tell. Again, I need to go through this to make sure I'm picking up all the bits, but I'm not too worried till I start making a video on it. Right, we'll go to ASC, util, radar warning. You'll hear voices straight away, okay? We'll go to TSD and we're going to go show. And we want to see where the compact, the CPG co-pilot gun is looking. In threat show, we want to see the threats and the targets. And I always forget to put threat show on when I get into an area of operation. If you look down here, when you've got TSD selected, you've got phase nav, which will show me the CPG cursor. If I select attack, it will show me the things I switched on under the attack phase. Always want to turn this down just a little bit so it makes your nomenclature, i.e. all the labels and things, stand out a little bit more. Okay, we haven't got any weapons at this point in time. If we go to COM, I want to change the radio, so hit manual. VHF frequencies on 124, 800, I want it on 124. So it's 124.000, enter. So now it should be on 124. Okay. I can change it to nautical miles if I want, so I can go TSD fuel. Was it fuel? No, it wasn't fuel. It was util. Now, I do need to do util actually. I know what I need to do. Flight. Set low. So I'm going to change that to 20. So that's when I'm at 20 feet up. Let's change that back again because I missed the number there. Where's my backspace? Put that in there. Do a 2 and a 0 and enter. So it set a warning for when I'm low. The other one is units. You can change, look, from nautical miles, kilometres. Let's go back to TSD. I need to set this. This is automatically pointing to waypoint 2, so I don't need to do anything with that at the moment. Weapons, we haven't got any weapons or anything. Acquisition target, I'm going to stick it to gunner helmet sight for now, and video I'm going to stick to TADS for now. We'll just fly over there and make sure I switch the APU off, which I always forget. Don't need it anymore. Okay. Oh, I know what I haven't done. My iHads. So if it's not on, I know I haven't done it. That should come back on when I press the right letter. And then I need to align it. So because I move around a lot in the cockpit and I'm always changing my camera position, I usually try and find somewhere. So I'll sit back and relax. I'm at the top of here, and I need to just put the centre of there in the centre of there, and then press the enter button. There we go. That's good enough. What was it that didn't work?
The air-to-air things.
Are the air-to-air weapons in the Apache?
No.
Oh right, this in the KA-50. Yeah, you've got to select them first, and then you've got to press a button that takes 10 seconds, and then you press it again and it should fire if you've got a target.
I didn't get the tone.
Right, so yeah, you're buggered. Okay, gonna bring up the axis so you can see the axis. Push it left. Increase the collective. As I start to go up, I know which way to move my cyclic a little bit. We need to go over there and just move nice and gently. You can see at the moment I need about 70 something % torque. And now the faster you start to move, then the less torque you'll need to get lift, because just by moving forward you'll start to induce lift. And the faster you move forward, you'll induce more lift. And we can see by that smoke and the windsock which way the wind's blowing. So there's no point me going too fast to get here, because then that means I've got to slow down and I've got to land again. and all the movements to make this work are really... Can you hear it whinging at me? I set it to 20. So I'm slowing it down as I cross the wall. 124 radio check. Just pop it down here. Make sure it's not going to roll over, which sometimes it does, especially when it's a bit uneven. Call up the weapons. We're limited on what weapons we can put on this because of the mission. So we can put L's there, we can put L's there. So these are controlled by the FCR, or the Fire Control Lawn radar. I'll get there in the end. So I've got one there, and I can put 4 here, but they're K's. So I will need the co-pilot gunner for those. And we can put on the stick with a hat, otherwise known as the Fire Control Radar. So it'll always do the fuel first, make sure you get copies. And if we watch, you'll see a helicopter bobble around as the weight goes on. There's the cannon underneath. So there's the Fire Control Radar. Is the Mi-28 dead yet? Okay. So what I'm going to do is press this on, which is an override, so I can put it into ARM. I'm going to go FCR, and let's zoom in a bit so we can see this, but you can see now that this IHADS is in the way. So it says it's not powered up, so we're going to hit util. And then it says MMA, or mass mounted antenna, pinned, which means it's pinned into like a safe mode, transport mode or whatever. And so we're going to switch it on to normal. That suddenly comes on, but now it wants to sit and do a test for God knows how long. So we hit the override. Okay. I'm going to switch it on here to get to the screen, and then select FCR with the hat I mentioned earlier. So if you look in the on the collective, there's a hat here that selects helmet mounted, TADS, link and FCR. So FCR is there, link is there. Okay. Now the problem is you can't click on the button, so you've got to set a button for it. The other thing I'm going to put on is C-scope, and that should give me pictures of anything that I've seen in the hood, through my head, and also through on here as well, I believe. I'll go into weapon here and select my weapons. Now if there was a lot of targets, at the moment the way this works is that you've got auto, so each time it switches to the weapon it powers it on and gets it ready. However, if there's a lot of targets, I'll get them all powered up at the same time, and that way I can just sit there firing. Okay, so now we should be able to take off. A little bit heavier than I was before. Let's get ready, push slightly left, more left. Right, and I wanted to go about 303 if I remember right. I can probably go around the back way up. It's very difficult to read the numbers at the moment. I just need to push over a little bit more. See that mast in the distance? That sort of direction. There's the waypoints. 124 radio check. Right, is he en route for me? Like, am I heading towards him again? Yeah, I'm after those 3 tanks at the moment still when I get there. Okay. let's change that to
The tanks up
aircraft mode.
Refueling.
As you see, when I'm moving forward, I don't need, I'm going quite quick, I don't need so much torque. I can bring that down quite a lot, and as long as I'm moving, and I'm moving quite quickly, then that should be alright, or you'd like to think it was alright. The actual place I'm headed for, there's a circle
do some some
over there. See by ISO container, by that little town. Oh, it's that circle there. That's me going after some tanks. Right, I've got a helicopter ahead of me. Not picking him up on the air one, I'm picking him up on the other one. This is a problem I had before. On the ground, right, I can see him. On the ground radar, there he is. Yeah, I don't know why I'm not picking him up. Unless my height is set wrong somewhere. Yeah, but I think my radar has the wrong height. But maybe. I don't know what the range is. But I can't see him on the radar at all. But on the other one I can see him, and he's heading for me now. Yeah, unfortunately I can't see him, so he's probably because he's cold, I guess. Let's try this.
We have some.
No, I can't see him at all now.
We have some power systems.
Let's have a look.
We have Sun System, Hope System, Patriot System, Roland Launcher, M1097, Bradley, Linebacker, AAA Vulcan, AAA Jennifer,
Rifle.
AAA
See what happens. Rifle. I don't expect them to do anything, and when I go into this mode, is he going down? Oh, for God's sake. Rifle. I've also got targets on my left hand side. Are they friendly or not? Yeah. Okay, I'm being targeted. Is that the... Near copy. Yeah, turning round. Yeah, copy that. I hit him, right, when I'd got the ground radar on. I didn't hit him with air-to-air radar. Oh, too late, I'm down. So I hit him with 2 missiles, right? And he's just come and shot me. You see what I mean about these missiles? They're just ropey as shit. I'll have to get the AI guy on it. You'd think he would shoot it, wouldn't you? And that's the problem with them at the moment. These air-to-air missiles are pretty bad, or I think they're pretty bad. Have I got a cup of tea? No, I finished it. Right, so this time round, right, I am going to not go with the same weapon loadout. I am going to use the AI, and we'll see what the AI does with some of the targets, which means I'm going to have to put the helicopter in the position for the AI, right? So let's try that as a slightly different tactic, because there's no point doing the same thing over and over again if it's not achieving the goal. So did you pick up the startup, by the way, Foster and Fred? Or are you not on at the moment? If you are still here and you've got any questions, just ask.
Something?
Something. If anybody wants to jump in and fly with us, you're more than welcome. And we've only got about 20 seats, maybe. And this is on my server today. I think it's set to 20. I want to say my server, it's on my PC that I'm gaming with. So again, we're just waiting for this to go down. I'm also streaming it, by the way, on YouTube. If you want to have a look at that, look for MELL DCS, and you should find me. And it does look really good. It looks as good as what I'm looking at. Hello, Aerofoil.
You mentioned A2A missiles. I am a little confused as the 64D doesn't carry A2A capability.
Yeah, basically it's got the Hellfires, and it will use the Hellfires in welcome to the channel. It'll use the Hellfires. It doesn't have dedicated air-to-air. It just, that was the mode I was in, air-to-air. And so it's supposed to be able to shoot things with them that are in the air. But it seemed to get a better response by shooting it when I use the ground radar. Or that's what I'm led to believe anyway. So when they come out, you could actually use the Hellfires, the L's, for doing air-to-air targets. But to be honest, they're pretty useless. Right, what was I doing? Oh yeah, I forgot to press that button. Sorry. Getting into a conversation. But I'd rather have a gunner than using the AI, to be honest. Then I can concentrate on the flying.
ATM radar, you understood. Lima will be far more effective in front or rear aspects.
Yeah, it's, to be honest, I've not when I tested it, when they started doing it, I just had helicopters just flying around me, and it never hit one. And I don't know whether it's been improved upon since they released that aspect of it, but it just doesn't hit anything, doesn't actually hit it and blow it up or anything. It just sort of always misses, and it always crashes onto the floor. In fact, I've taken a helicopter down with a splash damage with one once, which was ridiculous. But you put it into air-to-ground mode, and you'll blow your friends up on the same team in a helicopter. And so I thought, why not try it on that? And that worked, so I can't complain. Got that white noise that we had before. What am I after?
The HF doesn't run over well, but yeah, it's not very effective. Bear in mind that it's actually a 2G
Yeah, it is.
Anyway, bud, nice stream.
Oh, thank you, matey. The thing is, if it's one of your own helicopters, it will take it out, no problem. If it's enemy, it's a bit iffy, if that makes sense. So when you're on air to ground, if you're not careful, you can easily shoot your own helicopters down. Shooting the enemy helicopters is a pain in the ass. What was I doing now? There was something I was going to do and I've forgotten exactly what it is. Perf. No. I was going to do something but I've completely forgotten, but no worries. I am going to use the little guy this time.
Yeah, kind. And Demi-8s are far too robust.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, isn't it? Popped 2 missiles in that hind and then he come back and shot me. It's like, how dare you? Do you know what I mean? That was the attitude. Where was I, Tads? Right. Let's go and just grab some weapons. I'm not going to take the L's. Oh, get back. Caught that then. That's down. APU should be off. That needs to be on. Let's get over here. Oh, I haven't aligned my helmet. That's already up, is it? Yep. A gunner in what? An MI8? That's close enough. That'll do.
I spend a fair amount of time in the SA-342 in the Adamastral mode and can shoot fixed wing down far more regularly than hind and cow.
Oh, right, yeah. Are you on air-to-air mode or air-to-ground? Right, stick it on air-to-ground and you'll get much better chance. I've just fired, right, I couldn't even see him in the air-to-air. Switch to the air-to-ground and you'll see him and it'll lock and it'll fire and it'll hit, but not a lot happens. Oh, sorry, matey. Thought you was in an Apache. Right, so I'm not going to take the fire control radar. I'll just go manual. Alright, matey. You had some food yesterday as well? I know, that's terrible. And don't get it all down the front of your shirt. Right, okay. Let's see what we can get then. I'll just put K's on. Make him work. Don't think he's worked for a long time. Right, what am I doing? Oh yeah, let's use this little guy so infrequently. Right, that's better. Now I've got the weapons on. Right,
So
okay.
now, triple A, 7 kilometre play, get over.
I've put, who's the guy in the front?
Oh,
Yeah, I'm using George on K's. I'm not bothering with the others.
Have a great weekend.
Okay, cheers, matey. Thank you very much, Aerofoil. I haven't put the axis on for you guys to see. What we want to go over here? It's going around these trees. I need to be on guns.
What was that, man? No, nothing, no.
That was, hang on, that was you two talking to each other and I wasn't talking to you and you were talking as if someone was talking to me.
Yeah, it was me.
Oh. Oh, that's why. Look. No way can you reach that. That's got a hell of a long signal.
did you take an artillery?
Yeah.
And 9,
Yeah, I can take
maybe try an Abrams, thinking way to run. Get there.
Can't believe that he spotted that.
Rooms or A.
Yeah,
It
okay.
is completely road.
So let's have a look at the map, see when I'm actually going. So I'm sort of trying to head here, to be honest. Which is 306. Which is a little bit more off to the right. Good if I could actually see the numbers. Shot your roll. That's telling me that the altitude hold, I think. Can't hold it. Usually there's accompanied by something flashing. It's telling me I got a message or something. It's how many beeps and things. Trying to make George work. Now those look like ours. We've got some sort of SAM out there or something. Take it we have got a friendly air cover out there now. SAMs and things.
No, you can't cover. I think we're
Now I can see SAMs, friendly SAMs.
oh yeah, you got that. Okay. That's what I was just saying, you can see that you was get over lightly.
Right, whereabouts is it?
Of your see the
Yeah.
another wild comms halfway between London. Yeah, nice. Not at the moment. All round.
Is there some here on my left or is that bushes?
Enemy tech.
Sorry, go again with the direction. Yeah, copy that, 302.
Thinking though there might be hills.
Oh.
So the first power pump, just behind Ivan Field.
Oops.
Pardon?
Look like thinking. Point around.
Yeah. I got George with me, not FCR.
George is still got six getting within.
See, I keep picking up those bloody S300s, which are obviously miles away.
They are
I just went to control the TADs then and forgot I'm not in the front seat. Yeah, I'm just pushing him over at the moment. Why is he looking over there? That's why I don't like using him.
now 5.9.
Where's that stopped? Oh, yeah. Nope. Still picking up that. I'd rather be in the front seat, to be honest. All he's picking up is these friendlies. Well, they look like friendlies. We got a load of friendlies ahead somewhere. Oh, what's he picking up? Is he not moving? It's just ground, and occasionally S300s. There's a helicopter you can see. Where's he looking? Is that TADS moving or anything?
The indicator be on the moving. But that means no, it could be going.
Yeah, I can see the TADS move. Yeah. So I can't see anything showing up on anything at the moment. It's not like he's looking. See the cross there moving, that's where he's looking. Here's my tanks. There. Or they were there, which is, they're really close. 302. So I'm 304, so it's 3.
Yeah, you've got a clear line of sight.
Yeah, I don't know what he's playing at.
A big light coloured field with a going through the middle of it, going into the
Right, okay. There was a weird setting I must have switched on. Missiles, that you Stingy. Have I got missiles coming in or is that Stingy? Oh, for God's sake. He's bloody useless. He really is useless. The fire control radar does half a job. Right, who's flying? CJ. Pup's there. Pup's in a Chinook. Okay. Yeah, we need more people flying. Right, if in doubt, let's go back to the Shark and see what we can do. We really don't have enough people on, I must admit, but let's have a look. See if I can go and get them with a Shark, these tanks specifically. I've gone through the startup in great detail earlier on, so I'm not necessarily going to go through it again. If anyone's got any questions, please jump in and ask. You're more than welcome. So I'll just go through starting it up. It won't take long, apart from the 3-minute wait.
This will come in on your
At the door, let's see where Stingy is.
turn right again.
There he is. I think that's Stingy. What else we got up? Is that CJ? Yeah.
I need to drop off, guys. Feeling terrible.
Yeah, no worries, mate. At least you made an effort. Yeah, see you, Pup. Okay, right. That's all up and ready to roll. Start the left engine. Okay, got a good engine start. While I'm waiting for that, let's get the second engine ready. Fuel flow on. Wait for this to get to its idle, which it is now. Oops. I think I caught that twice, then I stuttered on the button. We've got CJ going in. He may be on comms.
Then you've got where we the MI-20 bearing 2, 6, think. Zambia. 600.
4 o'clock already, I didn't realise. Time goes really quick. Let's put that on. Right, we've got a 3-minute wait now. So we'll go and have a look. I'll just check on the map, make sure I am where I think I am. Should be heading 250, which it is, that's fine. Okay, I'll put this on so you can see. We're just waiting now for that symbol to disappear. Follow that missile. Not sure what that shot.
This was coming in on your 3 and 5.
Anyway. Killed some infantry. Oh, there's something going on over there, did you see? Don't know whether they're shots or what. Don't know where that's going. Let's go and have a look. Ah, right, it's after those. See, so where is he? He's over here. Sting is in the plane. He's going to come round here and he's going to pick him up now.
Turn away. Is he seen out?
And that must be our AAA on that little road there. Still waiting. It's a little bit high. Not sure whether he's been shot at. All we're doing is waiting for this. It's a pain in the ass, isn't it? It's like 3 minutes. Mind you, then again, the what is it? The A10C takes about 4 minutes to do its warm up and alignment. I don't suppose it's that bad. Right, okay, so we need to set this to 250. No, we do. Yes, we do. 250. I've done the bit I need to do first. And then push this switch down. Then back to the middle. Move this back to 5. And then we've sorted the alignment out. Just check. Yep. Okay, we'll set this over to wingman. I haven't got anybody flying with me, so it'll just be me. This time I'm also going to remember to set the guns on. Don't know whether you can hear this, CJ. No, I haven't even switched that on yet, power-wise, have I? It's just down here, standby attitude indicator. I'm under attack already by the looks of it. Pardon? So we need this off, that off. Right, okay, let's move over and go and get some weapons. Sorry, excuse me. Why? What's this on fire down here? Oh, it's not on fire, is it? It's because I've got this thing on and I can't see sometimes if it's too dark. Where is it? There it is. It's better. The trouble is, it's really difficult to see the hood, especially for you guys watching on stream.
Another missile out, and then on your 11 foot. 2 missiles. Anywhere in the SA 300.
Right, turn the radio onto the right channel. Hit the right buttons. Oh, I didn't want all of this. Oh, that's good. I'm too far away by the looks of it, so I need to move a little bit closer. I don't know how close exactly I'm supposed to be here, but am I at the wrong place? I don't think so. Make sure we get the copy. There we go. So the tanks are there. CJ got shot down, yeah?
Yeah. Like was
Right.
the other 2 tanks got him. Got too close. Get any closer?
5 kilometres is about 3 miles, isn't it? So in theory I should be able to see these from here. Might even be able to see them from there. So if I fly over to there, which is 299 for 5, there's no reason why I can't see the tanks from there. So I'm going to put my weapon system on already. Yeah. Ideally what I want to do is land or hover over our guys, and I should be in range of the tanks.
Yeah, that's cool.
4 miles, what's that in K?
7
Yeah, that'll be fine. I should be able to just touch them from there. No, 7.1 usually at low level, but if I go on manual I can stretch it a bit. I am this time, yeah. Where's my heading? 300, is it 301?
That's where it is.
Oh, okay. Yeah, copy 290. Yeah, I've got my original marker still there. Should be alright. Okay, take the gear up, shall we? My sign 10 rolling around on the floor, which is a possibility. Put this on for now because it might help. Come on, get on.
So far, no.
Can see when it's in shade, this thing, you know, you can't see half of those trees very well.
Hell of a load in the face.
At what?
In your direction.
Really?
It's pretty quite expensive.
From the base? At me or at our base?
Your direction.
Yeah.
Oh, we're going for the Eagle Dynamics.
Oh, really? That's quite impressive, isn't it? Yeah, they really have done a job on that. I can see it all going off now. It's a sneaky little mission, this, isn't it, to be fair? It's put some interesting things in. Not the straightforward, just slide in and shoot shit, do you know what I mean? Sort of, yeah.
But here you can see
Oh yeah, there it is, look, just on that road.
Guys, are we doing job ads?
Yeah, no worries.
Cheers for that.
See you, mate. So basically, if I hover around our air defence system, I'm likely to get hit with a shell.
no, probably not gonna.
So there's a road just here somewhere. Yeah, fair enough.
That's how far I want. It is
What I'm going to do...
that's what I'm actually
I can't see that again. Right. So what I'm going to do is get into a hover here. I'm pulling this back so that it slows all the way down. So when I hit this button, which I've just done, this is going to get into a hover really quick. Okay. I've got a little bit of drift. Nothing major. I can probably correct that out. Give it a little bit of a push left. Hit the trimmer button again. And okay, it's a little bit of a drift back now. It should correct. There it is. Okay, so I'm here and I need to be looking over to about 311. So what I'm going to do now is put on... No, I won't. I'll just release the file, bring the camera down, and we'll look, and we'll be peeping over these hills. Okay, so let's zoom in and see what I can see. See telegraph wires. I can see a few things there, and as I move to the left, that's going to suddenly start flashing at some point. I can zoom in a little bit if I want. Can't see anything at the moment. Contrast is awful. That's why they were going to bring the other things out. The, what am I on about? The white hot, black hot, but they got stopped. And once I get to a certain point, and if you look on... Yeah, that's fine. Once I get this all the way around to the left, you'll see it'll flash. Yeah, copy 303. Right, so that tells me that the system, which is in the front of the nose, has reached the edge of its gimbal there. So if I reset it and then switch on this auto turn, the helicopter will auto turn when I release it. So he said 303, so that's slightly off to my right, which means it's going to be in this direction here. So every time I move this camera, when I relax, the camera or the helicopter aligns itself. So it's over in this direction somewhere, round about here I reckon. The trouble is I'm now a little bit too low. You can see the way the contrast works. Look, as soon as I go up and it's bright, as soon as I come down, and it is a pain in the ass. And what I'm going to do is increase my height. I'm going to increase my height by pulling the collective brake just underneath the collective, and I'm going to give it a little bit more collective, which you'll see this number start to increase. Yeah, alright matey, can't see smoke at the moment. So you can see my height is increasing, but visibility is awful. So as we're going along, what I'm going to do is turn this brightness, nope, turn it down. Turn the other one up for contrast, or down, whichever's the best for you. Yeah, I'm looking in between the trees at the moment. Oh, yeah, no worries. I'm just looking. Are they on the road or something? think I'm looking at the lake maybe, not sure. Just need some sort of range. The trouble is, when I look like this, I've got no decent compass thing other than the bit in the truck, and according to me I'm at 30, 40, 50, 350 something ish.
It says
Huh. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just trying to look at them at the moment. I can't see. No, it's all right. I can't see any indication of where they are in the camera. That's the problem. I'm looking for smoke, looking for anything that I can see. Yeah, no worries. I can see a load of pylons, obviously, but I can't see the... Could well be. There's a big open field over there. Increasing my height. Yeah, there's a bit of a slope just over there by the looks of it. There's also a bit of a slope in front of me, just past the water. Really isn't the best screen, this, is it? Getting over the pylons. Still got no eyes. Okay. According to me, I think I'm... Oh. Seems to think I'm... Oh, 3 or 5 I'm looking, I think, at the moment. I'll look over there to try and see where I'm looking. The problem is I can't see here, do you know what I mean? So I've got to zoom in here to see what I'm seeing. Yeah, I was going to go higher anyway, but at the moment I have no idea of where I'm looking to see what I'm trying to see. And if I zoom in like I am on my screen, then obviously I can't see any heading or anything. And if I go for my heading, I can't see the tanks, do you know what I mean? Like I could do with a zoom on the screen would help. I don't quite know where I'm supposed to be looking. The numbers I'm seeing Right, it's telling me now I've got a track. Why is that all lit up red? Of 69 degrees. 69 degrees from what? Can you see the way this track on my screen's just moving around? That's alright. I don't know what it's trying to tell me, but I can't see shit. But it says now I've got, why is it say I've got a track of 307. It was like 60 odd a second ago. I'm not sure what it's actually telling me. Oh. Who's coming up? Oh, right, okay. It's coming to pick me up when I've been downed. See, it says I've got a bearing now, 299. That's not even changing. And then the one on the top's telling me it's 43 degrees. I'm really going to have to look at this some point, because it's not helping in any way. Right, in that case, what I'll do is go out. Right, now I can see them. Great big fat tank looking things. Yeah, to put the laser on. Yeah, I think that should go underneath. Let me change it to manual. And I might be able to thread this through the lines. So I'm going to rifle, and then hopefully once it's moved past the telegraph, the electrical wires, I'll try and pop it up a bit, but we'll see. Right. Oh, why is it not going? What I'm going to do now is select the missiles. Rifle. Somebody's just shot me. No, I'm dead. Something just shot me. Did I get it, by the way? I was killed. Oh. Yeah, is it CJ shot me? I did wonder. I was there and I was looking. I got that missile through, and then I saw the shot. I got shot down by CJ. That's 2 days on the trot. Yeah, I fed it through the cables, and then was just lifted it up, and I just went to lock. And it says my gun's broken. I'm thinking, what? And then that was it. I was dead. And this is the problem. Alright, matey. I'm going to have to go soon as well. Alright, matey. Right. Let's have a look. That was quite funny, considering. Took me a while to see where they were, and I was in the right sort of area, and then suddenly I was on them, and they were big tanks, like tank-sized ones. You know what I mean? But hey ho. Time is it? Oh shit! I'll have one more flight out, and then I'm going to have to call it there, I think. Oh, I know, it's ridiculous. Mine always goes out to a black screen for ages as well. You'll have to keep shouting now, and I'll be there in a minute. I'll be there in a minute. Anyone got any questions, by the way? Oh yeah, K41. I'd be interested to know what weapons CJ was using, whether it was the ground weapons that picked me up or the anti-air. Yeah, but I don't know which method, as I said, because when I was using those for air, it was pretty useless. I haven't got a cup of tea. I thought I might have had one then. Okay, that's already.
CJSPCL said, didn't show air.
Yeah, what was she using? Was she using the air to ground radar? Or was it the air one? Do you know what I mean? Because when I was trying to shoot the helicopter before, I couldn't shoot shit with the air radar, but the ground one, I shot the helicopter twice.
What chopper is that?
Here, something IO. This is the Black Shark. Yeah. This is the Black Shark. I'm just going through the startup. I have gone through the startup on this. Yeah, it's good. It's really good in VR as well. Not that I'm in VR, I'm just on 2D. Make sure that goes round. Yeah, it will. That's the point. It'll show the butterfly, yeah, in the air to air. But when I shot the other one, I shot it with the air to ground mode, whereas in the air to air, I saw it once, then it disappeared, and I couldn't find it. But the air to ground one just picked it up. And I thought, well, it usually shoots our friends down, like allies, so why not try it? And it worked. But I had 2 missiles in the helicopter earlier, and it just basically turned round and then come and shot me, which was a bit odd. I must admit, my missile was just about to blow the tank up that we've been after. I threaded it through the pylon cables and guided it through, and then it says, your gun's full turn. I was like, what? And then I blew up. It was quite amusing though, I must admit. Okay, that's done. Let's start the next one up. So that's the left engine done. So we're going to do the right. If anyone's got any questions on startup, please ask. As I said, I've already gone through this in great detail earlier on. So I tend to do it the first time I'm in it, but don't bother with the subsequent times. Otherwise people get extremely bored. Well, more bored. Okay, so while we're waiting for that, we'll put the voice warning channel on. And then we're just waiting for the second engine to get into the idle mode, and then we'll turn the work mode up, which is the name for the power mode that it'll be in, and then we'll hear all the warnings because I've turned this on again. And then we've got a 3-minute wait for alignment. Well, let's get this going. So there's the throttles, no buttons, so it's 2 clicks. Okay, AC generators are on. Switch on this little device here, and then switch on the INU, which is the inertial navigation unit. And now we've got to wait 3 minutes for it to disappear off there before we can go and do anything else. So there's Redbeard flying in the Huey. I'm not sure if he's doing a Caesar. Where is he? There he is. He may have gone and picked up my body and be returning it. I'm not really sure. Trouble is he can't respond because he's actually flying. Got to keep away from those bits there, look. What I see is he put... Oh no, he's got both of them. The Huey is such a great helicopter, I must admit. Is anyone... No, I didn't say is anyone watching this on YouTube. It doesn't look like you are. So if you are, you'd see how I see it, and it does look pretty amazing, to be honest. It's a 4K 60 FPS stream. And I'm pushing, what, 47 meg to it, and it just eats it. There's a minute delay on typing responses, which is a lot. It's useless for doing sort of live chat. But if you want to go and look, it's under MELL, M-E-L-L, that's 2 L's, DCS, all one word. Let's have a look, see if I've warmed up enough. I haven't. While we're doing that, if you look at my helicopter, we click on it, we'll see we're pointing at 250. So we need to make some adjustment, because once the alignment is finished, it'll come up with a ribbon, and that ribbon will say I'm looking that way, but my other systems are looking that way, so we need to correct it. So it should be done in a minute, I reckon. It won't be long. And then I'll make a couple of little adjustments. Okay, if we look, we can see heading there, and my actual heading's 250, which is where the trimmer's pointing. So I've got to make an adjustment for that, and we do that with this little knob. Again, it's on 5 degrees, which is the magnetic variation for where we are. I need to take the clutch off, and then I can spin this round to 250. As you can see, it doesn't take long. Switch this switch down and back to the middle. Spin this back to 5. And we should be aligned now. And you can see that the trimmer and the heading is the same. So that's good, that's what we want. Carry on with the startup. Put all the radio systems on. Data link, ID, put it on wingman. Pitch bank heading hold, automatic. Seat ejection system, fire extinguisher the other way. L140 laser, which is the rangefinder and the weapons guidance. Put the countermeasures on. Switch off the APU. Switch off the APU fuel feed. And then we can go and get some weapons. Okay, put on the axis so you can see what's happening. I've just noticed, I'm surprised the helicopter didn't take off. Fortunately there was no control there, but my collective throttle was actually in the forward position. The other thing we're supposed to really do is put the dust protectors on to protect the engine from the dust off the road. But it doesn't do anything. It seems to just work whether it's full of dust or not, to be honest. In the hood we can see a line that's telling us which way we're drifting, which is fairly obvious when you're down on the floor. But if you're over water or in clouds, it's not that easy to see. So when you are going less than 50k, you'll see this line extending from the centre. We're just going to clear the wall and that vehicle there, and then we can just pop it down here and load up some weapons. Need to put the radio onto ground crew. Now the helicopter's working, they won't hear us when we ask for weapons. So this will be my last sortie, and then I'm going to stop. Been talking for ages. Make sure you get a copy, which we've got. Make sure the radio's on the right radio channel. Wait for the weapons. I think he's just come back for a rearm reload. So here's Redbeard, CJ. Oh, Stu's in the Chinook. He's the guy that's been telling us where to go, so to speak. Okay, so let's start up the weapon system. Little switch over here, and also what else was I after? That was it. Don't know what I was thinking then. And put on the master arm. Okay. I'll change this to waypoint 2. This is more or less the way we're supposed to be going. And then take off. Let's look forward a bit. Pointing the wrong way at the moment. I want to go over the top of them because I'll be pushing down on them. We're going to go this way. So it's about 302 we want. A little bit more. Let go of the trimmer and it will set the trimmer. Okay, makes a few adjustments and that's it. We're heading out back over towards these. Oops. It's alright, I've got that on. That's better. Heading out over towards here, which is where I was last time, which is where our troops are. And then we'll try and shoot down the tanks or blow up those tanks, which is what I was after before. Still got my wheels out again. That's terrible. Put them away. Get so used to just moving around, leaving the wheels out and talking through the trimmer system that I forget to put them away now. See, this visor is brilliant when you're looking into the sun, but it's useless for other things. Bring it back on course. Slightly right. We are moving quite quick. See, one of the problems with the dual counter-rotating blades now, how the blades on the right get closer and closer because the blades go opposite directions. One lifts on the left, which is the top one, the bottom one lifts on the right, and it forces the blades together, and eventually, if you don't do anything about it, they will basically crash. Right, I'm nearly where I need to be, so I'm going to slow down. I'm also going to take off this sun visor. It's a lot easier to see. Somewhere around here are our friendly troops, just over the other side of the lake. As we're coming over, I'm sort of holding the trimmer down and gently pulling back on the stick, and that will slow me down even though I can't see any numbers or anything. I know I'm slowing down. If I turn that to night, it really doesn't help. If I turn this brightness up, it really doesn't help. It's pretty useless in the sun, which is why you have a sun visor. But as good as it is for that bit, it's useless for showing me what's underneath me. See, I've already slowed down. I'll just slide down over there towards the troops, which are just over here. As you can see by this map, they're there in front of me on the road, next to a green bit. You can just see them over there. Then I need to look for the tanks again. Right, speed at 37. I'm going to start slowing down now. I think that's a little road just in front. Yeah. And then I've got to go and find those tanks again. So the reason why I'm coming back over these is twofold. One, because I'll get a little bit of air support, and the other one because I am just in range of I need where I need to be even. Right, let's pop this sun visor up so we can see what the numbers are. Should have that on a button, shouldn't I? Okay, I've slowed it down quite well without. Now I'll press the auto hover, and because I've slowed it down so much, it should easily get into an auto hover and give me a nice steady base to work with. Slight bit of drift, 1 kilometre. Okay, it's steadied it out. Weapon systems on. Make sure I've got the weapons selected this time. Want the inner pylons. Going to release the Schwal, look down. There's the trees from before. Laser, the laser gives me the range finding. So I need to look over here. I've got to find these tanks again. And I haven't put auto turn on. So I also need to put auto turn on, and that way around the helicopter will align with where I'm looking. Get my head in the right place. Now I know that I went through these cables before, so if I keep on looking, I should, in theory, stumble upon the tanks in between these cables. I'm not exactly in the same place, but it's a start. Some orange groves, I might be too low. So again, I'm going to use the collective brake to increase my height. And that will give me a little bit of a better view. You can see my height increasing over here. Smoke over there. Nope. Okay, increasing height again a little bit. Buildings there. Don't want to go up too much. Contrast and that is awful, isn't it? Let's change that. Brightness goes down a little bit. Contrast goes up a little bit. See if that helps. Center my view. Look down here. And when I'm whizzing through quite quickly, I'm still going up here. Look, so I'm going to stop myself going up. Otherwise, I'm just going to be like a target for everything. That looks fairly stable. Let's have a look in the hood to make sure. I don't want to be going up higher and higher as I'm sort of looking elsewhere. So that looks alright, even if it's got a slight drift. That's not too bad. Sorry, that's me messing around with the view. I need to get my head in the right place. Pause my head tracking. Don't know whether the tanks have moved or anything. So if you notice as I'm moving, I keep stopping, and that's because when I stop, that's when the helicopter turns. And if you've got any wind at all and you move too much, what will happen is the helicopter will be pushed by the wind, especially if you're moving in the direction. There we go, look. Especially if you're moving in the direction. See what the distance is. 15.4. These are never the same tanks. Can't shoot 15 kilometers. Those are different. Those are different tanks. I think I've picked something else up. Okay, this is too far.
Pedro _ McLaren said, Adele _ are you welcome?
I'm not sure he's still there now. He may have gone. I literally earlier on, I shot a missile in between the cables, was guiding it manually to get through those cables without hitting it. And then I blew up. And poor old CJ had come along and
Is it turning into night time then?
took me out. No, this is just awful.
You did well.
It's... Oh, here we go again. Something's here. Something's in front of me. What the hell is it? Is it the helicopter or what? Let's take that off. I'm not sure where it's the tanks or what. This is my last flight out. There's something there just targeted me. Let's look down here. Let's focus on here. Make sure I've got the right weapon selected.
Right.
What, you saw the helicopter, did you?
With a pylon, yes. Yeah.
Did you? Oh yeah, look. I can't see it here, mate. I can't see it at all. It's either too bright, right, or not bright enough, look. Oh, where's the bloody helicopter? Assuming it was a helicopter. Unless the tanks are over there, which they may well be. I may be looking a little bit too far off to the left. Get the right weapons again. Is that the right ones? Nope. That is. There's no way they were 15k away. They were around here somewhere. So I may be looking A little bit too far in the distance for what I'm after. I've switched my weapons to manual mode instead of auto. If I'm in auto mode, what that will do is make you only fire, or allow you only to fire, if you're within the range of the weapon. Your laser and the weapon is pointing in the same direction, and it's a way of making your shots more accurate. However, you are allowed to put them into manual mode, which will override those settings, and it will allow you to fire at absolutely anything, because you can see there's a big C, and that big C is basically allowing me to fire whenever I want, at whatever I want. And if I'm stupid enough,
CJSPCL said, Mel feels like one EFR out from wires.
yeah, but where? There should be. Have you shot one of the tanks down that I shot before? Because I was looking through the cables before, and that's why I've just had a scan in case I'm a little bit looking too far away. Did you shoot one of the other ones? Oh, there. That doesn't look like a tree, that looks like a tank. What's his range? Yeah, I thought so. I increased my height, which I'm going up at the moment. I'm going to try a rifle from here. Rifle. Maybe if I switch on. Is that not on? That's on. Why am I not rifling? Because I haven't switched it to manual mode. That's what I was talking about before. There we go. Now it'll allow me to do it. I thought I was already in manual mode, but obviously not. Get my head view right. There we go. So now I've got to see. Rifle. So that'll spin round, should miss those pylons. And if I've got that right, it should just drop on the top of that tank. It's just outside the range normally. So what I've got to be careful of is it doesn't drop early and not reach. That looks like it was a splash. Or was it? Right, okay. Another plan. Fire high. Rifle. Yeah, it's got an engine on, look. And then as it gets closer, drop it down a little bit, drop it down a little bit, drop it down a little bit, just to give it a little bit of extra length. Can you see the way it's dropping just in front of him? Ah, right, 8.8 to there, 7.6 to there. Let's try and aim right at the top of his head. See if I can get it from there. So on the fact it's dropping just this side of him, if I am a bit higher, with a bit of luck it'll drop right on him. I'll go behind him now. Yeah, I'm drifting, look. My tank's still coming up. Yeah, see? It's got the range. My cannon's moving, so I'm going to have to go low. Fire between the cables without it hitting the cables. Let it get past the cables. Move the missile up a bit more, up a bit more. Should still be following the laser. There we go. So whatever I move the target to, it will follow that laser. There we go. There should be another vehicle or two. I have to write it in the diary. Dear diary, I shot something. at last. Oh, there's still people watching as well. Hello everybody, welcome to the channel. I am going to be winding up after this sortie. I've been streaming for a while. I wasn't planning on streaming DCS, but for those that was on earlier, I did a quick Star Citizen last night, which is what I normally do on a Sunday, but it's in such a crocker shit state that it's just not worth streaming it, to be honest. Hey Carmu, how are you? Hope you're well. Right, I'm a little bit high here. What we got there? Is that a building? Nope. If I can see anything else. Now if I'm flying at like 1,800 meters, I can get these missiles stretched out to about 9.5 kilometers or so. But when you've got lots of SAMs and things around, it's not where you want to be. So it was those tanks that I was actually after. Just whizzing around, seeing what else I can see. I know there's something in the distance as well. I saw that earlier because I was looking at the wrong thing.
Mr. Scoofy said, do you fly the F-15?
Hey Mr. Scoofy, I don't, I'm afraid, no. There may be people on channel. If you got a question, feel free to ask it in channel, and if someone who flies it is there, they may be able to help you out. Don't mind me, sort of thing. Do you know what I mean? If there's someone there that can help you, that's great. What's that? That's CJ. It's either CJ or Redbeard. Before. I thought it might be. I was just making sure because I was going to check before I shot. I would have seen it was a Huey. I could just see the dust, and I was just going to check on the map first just to make sure. Right, so let's go and have a look. There may be stuff in that town. Excuse me. Let's see where we are. We're probably really high now, which we are, as you can see. We'll reset this and we'll switch off the laser. The laser is only going to work or last for a couple of sorties. So if you leave it switched on all the time, it won't last long. I need to take that off. That's the way. I need to head over to the target area, which is over here. Take the auto hover off, take the altitude hold off. What's that? Do you know whereabouts? It's quite difficult to know where you were from here now that I'm lower down. So I do have high explosive and armor piercing.
Mr. Scoofy said, what server is this?
This is on my machine, so I'm just running a standalone on my machine at the moment. Next week it will be running on our main server, and you're more than welcome to join in, but I am going to be winding up in a minute. I was just trying to get rid of the tanks there, or that tank at least. I'm moving quite quick. I'm not sure what road anything's on, so hopefully I'll see them before they see me. It's quite a big mission. It's won by Gash, and we have a waypoint of oops, watch that tree there. We have a waypoint which has got quite a lot on, so I'm coming quite low down. But there's Mi-28s attacking and all sorts. So there's lots of different things going on. Quite a lot of SAMs. I'm looking to see if there's anything I can use for cover. It's trees. There's probably something in these trees. As soon as I get there, I'll get shot down. I want to find myself a little gap. Slow down as well. Can't see my speed at the moment. I know it's going quite quick. Yep. So I'm going to slow this down. And then find a bit of space, which we've got over here. And see if I can use these tree lines for a little bit of cover. Sit up in my seat. Did you see over the trees? That target's over there in front. Gotta be careful. I'm starting to get into a VRS if I'm not careful. Come down quite high, stop quite fast. So I just need to pull the nose up, shut your roll. Once I'm below 50, I'll see the line. And then pull in the opposite direction as usual with this line. And get this thing down as slow as you can. Make sure you don't hit the floor because you'll damage the chopper. So keep holding it, get as slow as you can before you hit that auto hover button. Let go of the trimmer, hit the auto hover button. Give it a couple of seconds to settle. And because it's already going slow, it's nothing to stop. We're at 7 meters. Alright, see you matey. See you matey. Okay, so the main target area is over here. So what I'm going to do now is push the auto turn, release the Schwal, bring it down, and instead of me turning and moving it out of this auto hover, what I'm going to do is just use the Schwal to turn the helicopter around. Do you know what? I think I'm looking at the wrong target there. I should be on the one over there. Should I? Let's see where I am. Should be going after that one. And I might be looking at that one. Now the number's on here unless someone's allowed for it. Yeah, I thought so. The number's on here. They're usually 1 out when you're in the shark because your waypoint that you start at is normally 1, but I think someone's numbered these things properly. So I've got targets over behind me, got targets in front. What's my range? 17 clicks, really? Okay. I'm going to be too far away to do anything. I'm going to have to go along and see where those trees are, that town. But before I go out there, I'll have a look. As I said, I'm only going to stay out until I'm no longer flying, as in I am a deceased helicopter, as in Monty Python. So it looks like we've got hills over there, or there's a hill where we can get some cover. Let's just change the brightness a little bit. That one. So we should be able to go there. That's going to bring us closer. We've just got to keep our wits about us. Take it out of auto hover. Take off the altitude hold, which is here. Bollocks. Trying to move it, and my head's moving as well. So we're heading towards the main target. Let's reset the camera. And keep our heads down. So we've got a hill in front. Oh, blue. That's ours, isn't it? Am I heading back the same way as I come? Am I being an idiot? Or am I heading to the right way? Yep, there we go. It's a good job I checked, isn't it? The target's over here like I first thought. And it's... Oh, shit, mate. Yes, yes. I was that busy looking down at my map. Yeah, whatever. Now look, I've just thrown myself, catapulted myself into the trees. Oh well, what a fitting end to a sort of easy, laid-back Sunday stream. Been shot down by my own team. Shot down by a tree, would you believe? I'll leave this server up while the others are on it, and I'll go and have a cup of tea, I think. Thank you very much for watching today. I'm amazed there's still a few people on.